I started in EMS in 2016, became a paramedic in 2018, and I was working as a paramedic full-time until I came here. Kind of torn between two departments. I was between Avon and another department, but Avon was very willing to let me not only maintain but expand on my paramedic experience, and that was extremely important to me in my decision because the other department was not willing to let me do that. There's no department like it. I don't think the admin gets much better than this. It's all a very open, positive working relationship. In comparison to previous jobs I've had, Avon has had the most time off ever. The FTOs were wonderful. They taught me everything I needed to know, answered all my questions. They made me feel like there was no dumb question. The community has been very supportive. Anytime I go to Walmart on a run or any other big public place like that, if there's little kids around, they always wave. I had one run up and hug me one day, invite me to a birthday party, and that melted my heart, and I 1000% plan on going to that birthday party.
Welcome to the Town of Avon Advisory Plan Commission meeting. If you're interested in having a copy of the agenda or the staff reports, they are available on the tables to the right of the audience. We will be conducting business as outlined on the agenda. From time to time, the board may deviate from the agenda. As Vice President of this body, I will inform those in attendance of any deviations. This meeting is being recorded for the public record. Because of this, we request that personal conversations are kept to a minimum and all cell phones are set to vibrate with any calls taken outside of the chambers. If you are interested in commenting during the public hearing, please sign up on the sheets located on the tables to the right of the audience. When your name is called, please step forward to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Please address your comments to the board and not to the staff or to the petitioner. Your comments should relate directly to the case at hand. Responses to public comments will be given once the hearing is closed. We do understand that there may be several persons who wish to speak. In order to keep the meeting running in a timely fashion, we would request that you not repeat previous comments. Thank you for your assistance in facilitating a respectful, fair, and timely meeting. Again, welcome to our meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And roll call, please.
Catherine Ransberg. Absent. Ed Rosenbaum.
Here.
Paul Guggenberger.
Here.
Mason Pike.
Here.
Dave Kaufman. Harold Heiser.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And review minutes from the March 28th meeting. Any comments or corrections?
I move accept the minutes as presented.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Approved. And requests for continuances or agenda modifications.
We do have 5 requests for continuances. The first one is ZA 1701, the recreation impact fee update. In this instance, this is a resolution that goes to the town council to re-up the recreation impact fee. But we didn't get the notice in the newspaper in a timely manner in accordance with state statute. So we're requesting a continuance of this one to May 23rd for a hearing.
And do we need a motion on these to continue?
You want
Okay.
me to do them all at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Second item on the agenda, or second item for continuance is the Rise Avon Development DPR 2116. In this particular instance, we are awaiting elevations of some of the buildings so that they comply with the overlay. The petitioners are working on those elevations, just needs another month to get those elevations complete. The DPR 2207, this is a request for a continuance to June 27th. So that's a 2-month continuance. And that one is because the owner of the property in question is seeking to increase his property holdings and probably going to amend this request. So he wants a couple months to finish his due diligence on that real estate transaction and then do redesign of the structure. And then finally, the last two are map P2208, Fairwood, section 5 and 6, and PUD P2201, the Oriole Estates Plan Unit Development. And in this particular case, these two cases are sort of linked in that the Oriole, one relies on the other. The Oriole Estates Plan Unit Development went to the town council for their introductory meeting, and they had a lot of comments that they're trying to incorporate into this plan unit development. So they want to continue this to the May 23rd meeting in order to incorporate some of the changes that the council requested. And the Fairwood section 5 and 6 is related to that Oriole Estates Plan Unit Development. So they would like to keep those two petitions going forward together at the same time. And so they're making a request, petitioner is to move forward or to continue that one to May 23rd, 2022 as well. So those are the 5 petitions that are on the agenda with a request for a continuance.
So I do have one question. As far as the DPR 2116 Rise of Avon, since that was on old business, do we have to take any special action for that, or you were able to continue as part of the process?
That's fine.
Okay.
They have I don't think they've used a continuance, but they have one continuance as a matter of right, and then the plan commission can grant as many continuances that you see fit.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So Mr. Peoples, on the Rice one, they've been in contact with you, that they're working with you on their?
Yeah, we've met a couple times over the intervening month. They've got a alternate for about 5 of the buildings at front on Ronald Reagan that comply with the ordinance requirements, at least with the architectural standards. And we just need to get those elevations in hand on the record.
Okay. Next on the agenda is public comment. So at this time, anybody that would like to make a comment not related to any of the cases on the agenda tonight may come forward and speak.
Avon Park hasn't indicated a case.
Okay.
It's the case about the Avon Avenue.
Okay.
Okay. Then extend the offer. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to come forward and make a comment at this time, you may. Okay, and seeing none, then we'll move on. Old business, of which there is none, as that case was continued, and we'll move on to new business.
DPR 22-04, the Swenson's Drive-In Restaurant. This is a request for approval of a development plan to approve a 1,596 square foot drive-in restaurant. with a request for a waiver of section 16-7 to reduce the area of the foundation plantings and of section 23-18.3 to reduce the required building articulation from 3 feet to 6 inches. This is a 1.32 acre property located approximately 8894 East US Highway 36 and is within Tier 1 of the US 36 overlay district. So, history on this property. The property was subject of a special exception last month for the drive-through. This was a strange case that the need for the special exception, because Swenson's technically doesn't have a drive-through, they're a drive-in. But the way the definition of a drive-in restaurant is in the ordinance, it meant that they had to go get a special exception since they're served basically from automobiles. The Board of Zoning Appeals did hear that case and at their February regular meeting and approved it. Again, this is a request to construct a 1,500 approximately square foot drive-in restaurant on a lot within the Harvest Landing commercial development. There are 2 waiver requests in this. One is for the foundation plantings. One is for the articulation of the building. The petitioner has provided some foundation planting landscaping, and they are providing all the landscape elements that are required. They're just simply don't have room around, or not room, but they're afraid that around the building they won't be able to maintain landscaping because there's a large canopy around the building. And then the articulation of the buildings, they have incorporated articulation in the building, but it's a 6-inch articulation, and the ordinance does require a 3-foot articulation. With the exception of those 2 waiver requests, the petition is consistent with the requirements of the zoning ordinance, subdivision control ordinance, and the use is consistent with the comprehensive plan's recommendation. This shows generally the site plan backloaded from Dr. Charles Nelson Drive with fronting on US 36. The interesting sort of curveball with this one is that the parking standards in the ordinance don't really specify what a drive-in restaurant, how many parking spaces a drive-in restaurant should have, because a drive-in restaurant doesn't have tables. So we presumed from the staffs, we made the determination that the number of parking spaces they provide are the number of parking spaces they need, since their dining room is essentially their parking lot. But other than that, there's nothing really different about this than any of the other restaurants that have gone through the development plan review process. This shows the elevations in the canopy, the overhang on the canopy. The articulation is basically right here, and it's this area right here and this area right here on the proposed elevations. I guess I'll put it up here, right here, and right here. Now, normally the ordinance would require a 3-foot articulation on a building, so it would have to go for 20 feet, articulate out or in 3 feet, extend for 20 feet, and then articulate back out or in another 3 feet. In this particular instance, they have incorporated the articulation of the ordinance. They've incorporated an articulation. It's just they've just put in 6 inches rather than the 3 feet. The petitioner proposes to provide foundation planting, but only on the southern portion of their property. And I'll go back to the site plan and show you that. That's located right about here. It's just a little planting area right out in front of their building. The ordinance requires about 940 square feet. They do provide 124 square feet, and it is landscaped. They do provide all the landscape elements that they're required to have in the foundation plantings. What they did not have in that little 124 square foot area, they've placed along the eastern property boundary. So the only real issue here is not the number of landscape elements, but the amount of square footage that they have. The petitioner, as I said, does propose some articulation. Well, this is just in dealing with the foundation landscaping area. Petitioner argues that the long-term maintenance of the foundational landscaping would be problematic and challenging because there is the large awning that goes around the building, which would shield the landscape elements from the sun. And what they had proposed as an alternative was to to put the landscaping there, but just in an area that it could thrive, and that was along the eastern property boundary. Staff does concur with this, given the land use, that being a land use predominantly done from automobiles, and that the large awning that they do propose would shield those landscape elements from direct sunlight. With respect to the articulation, generally, the articulation requirement is to break up large, long expanses of straight walls to provide some architectural distinction to the buildings. The intent, in this particular case, they have provided articulation 6 inches. The articulation they provided is consistent with the intent of the ordinance, just not the letter of it. So we do similarly agree that this is a sort of a justified waiver, given the small size of their building and their location on an outlot here. So we do recommend approval of the request, subject to the 3 standard conditions that you have up there on our recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for staff? Jason?
I have 2 areas that I would want to cover with or ask the staff about. First, in the staff's memo to the petitioner dated March 11th, bullet point number 5 reads, quote, "The building colors seem muted and nondescript. You may want to increase the contrast in the proposed color scheme with the darker color on the bottom. It might be prudent to incorporate some brick red type color into the facade to add some distinction," end quote. Have you seen those? Do they adopt any of your recommendations?
So you'll see it right here. The original submission that they proposed, basically, this area and this area were roughly the same color, while this area up here was like a gray color. So sort of a beige and a gray. That's the same thing over here. It's a gray and a beige. So what they did was change the color of this wainscoting to a darker reddish color. So yeah, they did incorporate that recommendation into their design.
Great, thank you. And then the other topic or area I want to ask about is regarding the landscaping. It does give me pause to see that much of a difference between what's required and what they're putting forth. Xeriscape, is that considered, or does that meet our standards?
I don't know what that is.
So basically just low maintenance rock, tall grass, again, things that would thrive in a dry, lack of sunlight environment.
Well, I think we have the sort of the standard, it would probably require, since they put the landscape elements that are required along their eastern boundary, I guess it could be incorporated in the definition.
Yeah, I was just thinking, again, it just gives me pause that there is no, except for I believe you mentioned concrete planters on the south side, I think you said, or?
Yeah, it's a regular landscape area. It's just 124 square feet, I believe, down there, rather than the 900 and some that they would need if they want to complete their own.
Right. Is the Sonic, is that in town boundaries or?
Yeah.
I know they have landscaping on the north and south side of the building, but obviously not on the drive-through and on the side that has the stalls. But again, just the amount of the difference between what's required and what they're asking does give me pause.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the back, so you can see right here, this is the rear elevation of the building, and it has these, so the way the ordinance is written, they wouldn't need to provide landscaping in front of these doors. And it really became just this little place right here. So there wasn't, when we were talking to them about that maybe putting a similar island on the rear of the building, once you took the landscaping area off in front of the doors, you didn't have much there.
Yeah, and again, not seeing what it will look like in real life. I mean, the picture that was provided in the application, and I don't mean to, I think this is great, it's gonna be a great business. The picture, I personally, I didn't think reflected well. It looked kind of like a car lot. But again, that's just me. And so, again, just trying to utilize the standards to, again, help benefit not only them, but the community. But that's probably, you answered my question, so thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I should have looked this up before it came out. I'm eating a lot of humble pie. Bill, explain to me what articulation means, the 6 inches versus 3 feet. And I'm sorry, I have to ask that question.
So, no problem whatsoever. So the ordinance requires you to extend for basically 20 to 40 feet and then bump the building out or bump it in. So that's what the articulation
Talking about
is.
slope or?
No, it's sort of like a projection or a recess into the building so that you just don't have these long stretches of
So
straight
you don't want
walls.
just a square building?
Right. Well, you don't want a long stretch of wall where there is no basic, it's just a long blank
So
wall.
what's coming out 6 inches that makes them meet the requirement? I guess.
Well, they don't meet it. That's why they're asking for the waiver, but they've put, it's a 20-foot and then they've articulated this building out 6 inches. You can barely see it right here and here where the building comes out.
And then
6
other
inches.
places it goes in and then it comes back out?
No, it comes out 6 inches, extends for 20 feet, and then it goes back in 6 inches and then goes
Goes
back.
another 20 feet.
Goes another 20 feet into the building. It's a fairly narrow or fairly small building. It does meet the minimum. I mean, if it were under 60 feet long, they wouldn't need to provide any articulation at all. But because it's over 60 feet long, they have to provide that bump out or that recess.
So our zoning would like the setback part of the building to be 3 feet wide instead of just 6 inches
Instead of just
wide.
6 inches. So they
Because
like,
visually you can see the 3
Yeah.
feet a whole lot easier than you can just the 6 inches breaking the wall.
yeah. And you see, for instance, if you look at the new Zaxby's, you'll see it where they've put their drive-throughs, they bumped out 3 feet and then they brought it back in 3 feet.
Thank you. So the front that we see here, that's going to face Rockville Road, correct?
This one right here.
And then the back's going to face Costco's or whatever's back.
Yeah, Dr. Charles Nelson Drive.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So there's no picnic tables, no outside dining at all? in
There's
this?
nothing on the plan for those. I think that they encourage everybody to eat in from their cars. So they have wait staff that exit the building right about here, and then they serve everybody in the vehicles. They do have a big track of essentially grassy strip right here where people could, if they so choose, have a picnic, I suppose.
Is that something they should show in their plan if they're going to do that? Like a Mug and Bun? I know Mug and Bun has outside picnic tables.
They don't necessarily need to show it if they're not going to provide it.
Okay, so if they do start providing, it would be a violation or something against.
Or
the
we'd
zoning.
have to do an administrative approval on an outdoor seating area.
Okay, thank you.
Normally what we're looking for is parking, which is difficult with this particular land use. That an outdoor seating area doesn't take up required required parking, and it's not in a setback.
Thank you.
Just to be sure they don't have a drive-through at all?
No, it's all wait staff.
Okay, I was wondering because on Sonic they have a drive-through and.
Yeah, apparently the business model here is they have a wait staff come out and serve you straight from your car. You park and turn on your lights. It's sort of like Mug and Bun over there on Washington Street, I think.
Any other questions for staff?
Is that parcel, well, not parcel, but the property or the land just to the north, is that large enough to be subdivided? Again, if this is their lot, could they potentially?
No.
That
Yeah,
would stay with them?
Yeah, there's a minimum lot size in the overlay district of, I believe, one lot, 1 acre, and I don't think that they have enough room there to subdivide that off.
So what will that be? How will that look when they're done? Is that parking or grass or?
Just grass.
Just going to be grass?
Right.
There's your low scape.
So did you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to remind the Plan Commission that with DPRs, they are ministerial. So if you find that the petitioner meets all the criteria of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision control ordinance, you must grant that. Now, there are 2 waivers in play here, and those you do have discretion. And procedurally, you should just handle and vote on the waivers and then consider the DPR.
So just to make sure I understand, and everybody understands, if we approve both waivers, then we must approve the DPR. That becomes ministerial.
Correct. And if you find that it meets all the other criteria
Right.
of the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on then, I ask the petitioner to come forward, please. Present the case if you would state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Iskey. I'm the Senior Director of Real Estate for Swenson's, 680 East Cuyahoga Falls Avenue, Akron, Ohio.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to do it again?
If you would.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully I can lend a little bit of clarity to it. So neither of these waivers are come from any intent or just not wanting to do it. We are extremely unique in our operations. So if you'll allow me, when you pull into Swenson's, you pick a spot, you turn your headlights on, that tells a curb server inside to run to your car. Corporately, we call it Sprint and Smile. So they come to your car, take your order, run that back in. When your food's ready, they run it back out. If you need extra ketchup, you want another milkshake, you turn your headlights on. That's their signal for them to run to you. So really, both of these waivers kind of come into play with each other simply from an operational standpoint. From the landscape, the foundation buffer in the rear, obviously we have the 2 bathrooms and handicap parking. Really didn't want to add any more curbing back there. In the front, we have the ability to add that 5 feet of depth of a landscaping bed. Yes, the canopy, can anything thrive under that? But more importantly to us, it really is an operational issue. Because if you look at, Bill, if you can help me on the side elevation towards that front glass, those are the 2 curb server doors. So those are curb servers. So right here is our curb server doors at the front of our building. So curb servers are running food out of both sides of the building and running along here to serve cars in what we call the infield, which is the interior parking facing the stand. The exterior outfield, we encourage, once people learn us, to back in so we can see the headlights from the curb. So from an HR, from an operational standpoint, we frankly believe the foundation, it's going to be a matter, not if, but when an employee falls or there's injuries there. So and the intent there was to give as much as we could up front, and then frankly, we think overload the eastern boundary of the property line with the remaining landscape to meet the code, although it's not in the same location. Again, an operational issue. If we were a standard drive-through, we could absolutely do foundation landscaping because you just don't have the access and the foot traffic there if you have a drive-through lane there. Articulation is really the same. And again, Mr. Peebles was able to spend a lot of time with me and my civil engineer, our construction engineer. This is the first time we've been asked to articulate a building. It's 73 feet of depth, so we're just over that 60 feet. Again, bumping out the building 3 feet in that last 20 feet. Now I have curb servers with trays trying to go around there. The parking would be offset. We did look at variations of it to see as much, to give you as much as we could in the articulation. If we went to the 3 feet, given the parking field, the drive aisles, and the setbacks, then we're getting into requesting variances on the side yard setbacks at that point. So again, our position was hopefully with the canopy and the columns, given the menu board, hopefully that achieved the spirit of the code and the articulation, although we can't meet the actual footage of that.
Thank you. Any questions for petitioner? Yes.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. So help me understand. So that's interesting to know now that it's not an empty lot, it's your lot, right? Just the space north of where the building's located and
Yep.
the parking lot is would conceivably be just an open field, correct?
It would be green space, and I believe part of it's being used for underground detention.
Okay. And so from a design perspective, is it possible to bleed into that space so that you can have room to add green landscaping on the north and south of the foundation of the building? Because I see like, it's tough to describe without it, but because it seems like you have the opportunity to add green space on the north and south if you bleed into the northern, basically field that will be there.
Well, right, but on the southern, so on the, what would face Nelson Drive, the rear of our building, we have the restrooms. So you could only do very little there. Because you have the entry door into the kitchen and then you have 2 bathrooms on 24 feet of width. So depth is not my problem at all. You see, we try to add some extra landscaping back in here where we added the bicycle racks, which were a staff recommendation. So trying to add landscaping here and then all along here, again, to make up for the foundation. Depth is not my problem. It's just I'm limited by the width, given the parking field, given the setbacks. I'm as wide as I can go today.
So you could conceivably then add, I'm sorry, which way you can't, so you can't add to the north because of the restrooms, but you could add to the south, right? By pushing the building north?
Yeah, you get into some funky drive aisles there. Yeah, I mean, conceivably, can I give you another couple of feet? Can I go from 5 feet to 8 feet? I could probably make that happen. 5 feet stayed within, without having to rearrange the parking field, like I said, as is. Obviously, the all the parking spaces located here and along the sides on the infield are obviously the prime locations. But we're somewhat, yeah, so you have the setback here, so we're up against the setback with that finger island. Yeah, I mean, can I slide everything 2 or 3 feet north potentially? Yes. But I'm not going to get close to meeting the code in the foundation without accounting for that landscaping on the eastern boundary.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So then, speaking to the space to the north, then you mentioned a retention. Like, could you make up some of that difference there from a landscaping perspective? Again, paint the picture for us. Is it just going to be an open field with the exception of retention, or are you going to be planting trees, shrubs?
Yeah, so all of this are shrubbery here. Sorry, I should have done this. I apologize.
There's no
I'm
good
a
space.
cat
You're fine.
right now. So all of this along here, and then the bike racks are here to kind of shield a little bit as you're driving along the back of the building. So this is shrubbery here, and then, like I said, this eastern boundary is heavily landscaped to try and get to the square footage of the code.
So what's north of those shrubs then that are north of?
This is just pure green space.
So, and that gives me pause if it's just green space. But again, that
20 years of my career is cities want more green space.
well, it's your property, right?
It's a ground lease. It's not our property. We control it through the ground lease, but we don't own the property.
So, but people will be running out there and playing, and kids will go out there and jump around and stuff, won't they? I'm sorry, I think my mic. Won't people use that as a green space and
It's not our intent today to have that open.
are you gonna fence it off, or how are you gonna get people from going back in there?
We don't have any intention of fencing it off, but we're just not encouraging. We don't do picnic tables. We don't do any kind of outside seating. Everything is brought to your car, depending on whether either a tray inside or outside, fitted for your window.
So I want to jump in, just make sure to clarify, I think with the question that Mason asked and then what Bill is telling us, that the landscaping that has been agreed to and that will be done meets the square footage, including what's not around the foundation. So they've made it up for around the perimeter. Is that correct?
Well, not the square footage. I
Okay.
mean,
The
so
number of
there's a
plantings?
requirement for those yards to be landscaped with certain elements. And what the petitioner has done is, instead of having those elements around the building, they've taken those elements that would have been there
Okay.
and they've augmented the landscaping along the eastern boundary.
So we have the total number of elements
Right.
in the property. So we just don't have the landscape, the foundational landscape.
Well, so there's a requirement of 940 square feet, and what's being requested is 124 square feet.
So what we need to determine is by providing the number of elements, is that a good trade-off to the total number of square feet?
It just gives me pause to have potentially a open field behind the business. Like, I think I've seen enough open fields with just trash
Right.
and debris. And I mean, the petitioner could potentially doesn't have to reach the 940, but could get a little bit closer if they were to, landscape that north field, if you will. But that, again, I'm just one person, so.
No, I agree with, I mean, do you plan on grading it and bringing topsoil in and seeding grass and making it look
Yes.
nice? Okay, I mean, I
I know,
think
it
that's
was
more what
standard green space.
okay, so it's gonna look
It's going
like
to
a
be,
park.
it's going to look like a park. It's just green space around here. And then again,
I
this
think that's
is,
great. I mean, I just
this
want
is
to make sure that's what you do.
landscaping.
What's your definition of a park,
Added
though? Is
here.
it just
So-
a field, or is it, a park to me has trees, bushes?
Right.
I think we're talking about a field though, right?
outside of this, yes, this is green space. This is shrubbery to block the building somewhat from this drive and along the bike racks that we installed here.
So between those bushes and the street is a field.
So like you'll be mowing that every week, I guess that's my question.
Sure.
So I'm going
Yeah,
to,
guys,
I'm going
sorry.
to jump in here, please. So I'm going to ask if there's any more questions to get clarity from the petitioner, because I want to move on to public comment. Because I think we've gotten information, but if there's any more information you need to clarify this, then this last opportunity.
No, and I appreciate him. I appreciate you answering my questions.
Sure. If I may, just quickly, for whatever it's worth, council members, this is our first stand in Indianapolis, and this is our first stand outside of Ohio. I give you my word, you're not going to find trash in that green space. We need this to be as pristine as possible because we're growing. So there's going to be more eyes on this location than others, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. At 7:05 then, we're going to open it up to public comment. Is there anybody signed up to speak?
You were John, correct?
Yes, sir.
No one else signed up for this petition.
So is there anybody in the audience that would like to come forward to speak on this petition? And seeing none, then at 7:06, we're going to close public comment. So discussion among the commission. So wanted to close that down here because I think we were talking about, and what I would see we discuss here is the merits of the case and things like this. The one thing I'd say, I think I appreciate the comments about the open grass. I know over the years I've served here, we don't want more pervious surfaces, so having grass is more desirable than as far as the parking lot goes. The trash, I think that's a good one, and I think there's ordinances that would require that the petitioner keeps their lot clean and help me there if that is not correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the question I'd like to hear about from the commissioners is really around I looked at the landscaping and wondered about that too, because it is a vast reduction. So we get the number of elements, but it's incorporated within the plot. So just thoughts on that.
I have one more question. On the foundation planting the requirement, is that based on the size of the building or is it based on the size of the lot?
Linear, so it's a 5-foot landscape aisle or foundation planting based on the
Length of the building, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like
73
I think he said it was,
73 feet is the length.
73 feet multiplied by 5. And then of course, back behind, it's the same thing, but then you delete from that yard any areas that are open to doors or other access points.
Okay, makes sense.
Ready for a motion?
Other comments? Because Mason.
I would be open to a condition something to ensure that space to the north is maintained in good condition, whether it's make sure there's irrigation, so it's not a brown field come August, or they extend the bushes along the drive to the road, something that, ensures that space doesn't just become a dirt lot. And again, I appreciate the representative's question, but unless it's in writing, it doesn't hold. But if just, if there's an appetite for, entertaining that kind of condition, if not, so be it.
So Bill, as far as a condition on that for landscaping, has add the requirement that it be maintained.
I don't see, there seems to be a rational nexus between the request and it seems to be a reasonable request, so I don't think it's gonna be problematic.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. And the wording of it might be a little tricky, and more of a handshake agreement, keep it in good repair. I don't know what that means, but I think you also can take some comfort, and we have a backstop of they're going to have to comply with all our zoning ordinance and code enforcement regulations the way it is. So it's a little bit of just make sure you apply with that. And then if you don't, then we can use our code enforcement arm of the town to make sure that they're bringing that property into compliance with our standards.
So if the petitioner would come forward, please, just a question for you. So with what we're discussing here, it sounds like this would be one you would agree with, but if we put a condition on the landscaping waiver that the outlot would be maintained, which is kind of what you indicated you were going to do anyway as a good corporate citizen, would you be okay with that? Would you agree to abide by that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm a little surprised you don't think we're going to, but I'm happy to. I mean, I think whatever's in code, I mean, as long as we follow the codes, to me, it would be kind of double dipping, but I'm happy to. I mean, we have no intention not to, so.
Okay.
I don't want to throw $3 million at something and then just let it go.
Yeah, and that's what I thought you'd say, but I just wanted to verify that if we had that condition.
Sure.
that-
Yeah, to me, it's covered in code, but I accept that condition.
And again, I don't think, we're confident you'd do it in the first year. I think I'm looking 5 years, 10 years down the road as to how that field may look. And if we have, I agree with Mason, if we have something in writing that's maintained.
Happy to do it. I mean, we're corporately owned, corporately operated, so we have no franchisees, no bad apples in the portfolio. Everything's ran by us, so I'm happy to agree to that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, just what popped to my mind was just now is an example of how quickly it can escalate where like driving, down Dan Jones and, debris from Lowe's get blown into the gutter and just, looks really bad. So, and they're a corporate entity. And again, so I appreciate like there's the code, but if we want to adopt more, again, plant trees or irrigation, then now's the time to do it. If not, if we feel like the code's enough, then the code's enough.
Well, the irrigation's been approved, no, Bill?
What's that?
The irrigation plan and all the drainage plans have already been approved, so.
It's part of this petition.
Okay. Any
Yeah,
other questions?
I just wanted to make a
Discussion?
comment, just since, put it out there. We do, from a code enforcement standpoint, sometimes have difficulty along the US 36 corridor because that's a state right of way and a local government can't enforce a local regulation against the state of Indiana. So yeah, sometimes, especially during the winter months, 36 can become unsightly, but we do have cleanup days and other sorts of things where we try to clean
Bit
up
on the back
ourselves.
lot towards Charles Nelson Drive, that's the town.
That's a local street,
Right.
so we can enforce the local street, but along 36, because that's a state highway, we can't, we can't cite the state of Indiana for a violation of our
Could, you just
local
probably won't be
ordinance.
successful.
No, we can't actually.
Yeah, for what it's worth, we have 6 trash receptacles wrapped around the building. And then the main theory is if you're ordering off a tray in non-COVID, good weather, you get a tray that comes in your window. Your curb server's taking that tray when they're done and running it back inside. So I used to work for Circle K and develop for them. That was a much bigger issue and maybe a little more justified with them. But given that you still have the server added element to that, people aren't eating in their cars and just throwing a bag out the window and going, right? The curb server is coming to collect that at the end of your visit.
Okay. Any other discussion? And is there a motion on waiver 1?
I was going to approve the waiver 1, that we approve the waiver request for section 16 that reduce the area of foundation planning since it has satisfied all the
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I have a second.
So for discussion, I think this is, Mason, where you want to add something for the green space onto this motion?
Not if there's support. I mean, if the board is,
I'm full support. I'm with you all the way. You word it. I think it needs to be in there.
well, then we would need to, so spell it out. So,
Your baby.
I mean, I can. So the irrigation, is that bleeding into the north space, or is that just immediately around the property? Or immediately around the structure?
I'm not certain. We usually, when we look at irrigation fields, what we look at is make sure that it's not in the public right of way.
Right.
We let the petitioner decide.
Sprinkler system or anything like that to keep the grass
Right.
green.
Yeah, we just,
And I don't know that we want to do that, go that far, but to mow it every 2 weeks maybe or something. I don't know, do we put a mowing
There is a
requirement in?
mowing ordinance.
Yeah, at that point, like, there's, the ordinance is, if the board's okay with the ordinance, that's fine. So
There's an enforcement aspect, so.
yeah, Daniel
Seems like it's already
is,
covered.
I don't want to duplicate what's in the ordinance. If
Okay.
the ordinance is.
We're good.
The board's fine with, then we'll go with the ordinance, so.
So we have a motion as indicated. Is there no other requests for modifications? Okay, roll call vote.
Yes.
We did. We got a second by Dave.
Ed Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Paul Gutenberg,
4.
Nathan Pike,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Harold Heiser.
4.
Okay, is there a motion for waiver 2?
I'll make it. I move that we approve the waiver request of section 23-18.3 to reduce the required building articulation from 3 feet to 6 inches, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
I'll second.
Second that motion.
And we got a second by Ed. He jumped in there.
Ed Rosenbaum,
4.
Paul Gutenberg,
4.
Nathan Pike,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Harold Heiser.
4.
All right, and a motion on the DPR. Now, just some discussion on that, I guess, before we get into that. As far as then meeting the requirements, are we good with that this now meets the requirements? Any discussion on that? 2 waivers.
If the waivers were approved, then I thought, didn't you say we have to approve the DPR?
If you find that everything else meets the zoning ordinance and the subdivision control ordinance, then you're required to grant it.
Basically, if we agree with staff's assertions on meeting the different requirements of DPR and the waivers now address those 2 items that wouldn't have met that, if we're in agreement on that, then we must approve the DPR.
I move that we approve DPR 22-04 Swenson's Drive-In. A development plan reviews to allow for a 1,596 square foot drive-in restaurant subject to the following conditions. Number 1, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. Number 2, a landscape bond is required for section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. This bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a full certificate of occupancy for the subject site. Number 3, the development shall comply with all relevant portions of the town code and comments by Public Works, the fire department, and Crossroads engineers at the pre-construction meeting. Since it has satisfied all the requirements for development plan review under state law and subject to the approval findings of fact.
Motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dave.
Ed Rosenbaum,
4.
Paul Gutenberg,
4.
Nathan Pike,
4.
Dave Kaufman, Harold Heiser.
4.
Okay. DPR 2204 is approved.
DPR 2205, Love It So. This is a request for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Request for approval of a development plan petition to approve a 4,082 square foot retail building. It's a roughly 7/10 of an acre property located on the east side of Avon Avenue, just south of 963 North Avon Avenue. As you, history of this property, it was annexed into the town 2003, rezoned, because when we take a property into the town, we usually will assign it the zoning classification that most closely approximates what it was in the county. But this was, had a companion rezoning petition that rezoned it to C4, transitional office. Property, now, I should say right now that this was filed under the old ordinance, so it was reviewed under the old ordinance standards. So the C4 district no longer exists in our current ordinance, but because this was filed under the old ordinance, it was that's the zoning classification it was when it was filed, and has rights to be reviewed under that ordinance. The C4 district required a special exception for a retail goods establishment that was less than 5,000 square feet. The Board of Zoning Appeals did hear that petition at its March 2022 meeting, and it did approve that petition. This is a 4,082 square foot building that will be used for, I think, sewing, instruction, and retail. As I said earlier, the Board of Zoning Appeals did approve a special exception to allow for this retail goods establishment. And after review, the request is consistent with the requirements of the zoning subdivision control ordinance, and the land use is consistent with the comprehensive plan's recommendation. This is the site. It does not have direct access to the public street, but it connects to an existing street connection just to the north of it that serves a bank. The elevations of the structure, that's brick and fiber cement siding on all four sides. So it exceeds the requirements of the Signature Streets overlay as far as its architectural standards. And we do recommend approval of this petition, subject to the standard 3 conditions that we put on all development plans. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for staff?
So they're building a new building, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So is it, they're going to demo a current building?
No, it's an
empty
unimproved,
lot?
it's a vacant lot.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Not, the petitioner would come forward.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dale Cruz, Cruz Consulting, 7384 Business Center Drive in Avon. And I'm here this evening on behalf of Darlene Phillips, who's the owner of this property. And she wishes to construct this facility. And Bill's correct. She will offer sewing machine sales. Not your typical sewing machine. These things sell for $4,000 to $5,000. And then she will also offer short course classes on sewing. And she will also offer sale of certain types of quilt fabric. Thank you. So the entrance, this is Hendricks County Bank. So this is County Road 100 North, 267 Hendricks County Bank. And the entrance is right here. And when the entrance to, or when the Hendricks County Bank site was developed, an easement was created right here at the entrance to the bank to allow access into this parcel. So this parcel doesn't get direct access to 267. Its access comes in right here. And then that's right here. So this is the entrance to the bank, and then access into this facility is here. Drainage on this particular project. This site is fairly small, so we have to do underground detention to satisfy the drainage ordinance on this particular site. And that underground detention is in here in this parking lot. And then it outlets through a pipe down into this area here on the south side of the property. And then it eventually runs through the subdivision to the east through drainage easements that are in the subdivision to the east. That's actually the underground detention right there. That's just a network of pipes and chambers and stone. And then the landscape plan, which I hovered past really fast. The landscape plan, so we have landscaping along the parking lot perimeter, front of the building. So this building has it has an overhang. There's a sidewalk that's underneath the overhang. So between the overhang and the building, kind of like a Cracker Barrel. It's kind of like that. So the sidewalk that's here up underneath this overhang, and then the parking spaces they turn in towards the building, and then there'll be a landscaping area here, and then the entry up onto that sidewalk is right here. And then the amount of landscaping in the rear of the building also. Lighting plan, we don't have any parking lot lighting proposed. Those 3 lights are on the side of the building, and they look like this right here. So they direct the light down. They're full cutoff light fixture. And then that's it. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the petitioner?
Could you go back to, that one. So is there a large tree to the left, which I think is to the west of the building, correct? Are those 4 large trees, are those large trees? Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, these are the trees that are required by the landscape ordinance.
And that's going to be Avon Avenue to the west of that?
Right out here, yep.
So you're kind of almost blocking your view of the building from Avon Avenue, which is okay, which I don't have a problem with. I'm just making sure I understand. So are you going to have directional sign? How are the public going to know how to, are you going to have directional signs? Let me ask this question. What's your signage? What's your signage going to be?
She hasn't decided that yet. She's either going to have a sign on the building or a sign right out here, depending on, she hasn't decided that yet, but whatever, it'd be in accordance with the Unified Development Ordinance. The thing about this facility is that people that are coming to this facility, they know they're coming here. This isn't an impulse shop. This isn't an impulse stop, impulse buy. These people are coming here because they know they want to be here.
But are they going to know they have to go through a bank parking lot to get to it?
It's the only way to get in. So yeah, I'd say they.
And the banks, I get, you have easement rights with the bank. You've already got all that straightened out.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, thank you. We're going to open it up to public comment at 7:25. Does anybody else sign to speak? Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this case? If you would, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment at 7:26. Discussion among the commission?
So do we have any concerns of not knowing what the road signs are going to be by giving approval tonight?
The signage on,
The signage, yeah.
so signage
It's
is,
not uncommon for the staff not to have a sign plan at the DPR process. The ordinance says that sign plans should be included. But a lot of times we're dealing with, speculative developments, or you're dealing with multi-tenant retail centers where they either don't have tenants or they don't have tenants under contract and they don't want to tell us who the tenants are. So if we get a sign plan, we usually do a cursory review. We did it with Swenson's, but we do the detailed review during at the application of a sign permit. And that's when we make sure that it complies with the ordinance.
So they'll have to
requirements.
come back before someone to get their sign.
They'll have to apply for a sign permit. If they choose to do a wall sign or a ground sign, they'll apply for a sign permit and we'll do the detailed review of it then.
Thank you.
Seems like a good use of the space right there at 100 North and 267. I mean, given the type of traffic, it's not going to have a lot of traffic. It's going to be very directional, as the petitioner noted, so makes sense.
thank you. Any other comments by the commission? I'll say that it looks like I agree with staff's assertions that meets the conditions here for DPR. So with that, is there a motion?
I move that we approve DPR 22-05 Love It So, a development plan review to allow for a 4,082 square foot retail building subject to the following conditions. 1, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approved granted. 2, a landscape bond is required per section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. This bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a full certificate of occupancy for the subject site. 3, the development shall comply with all relevant portions of the town code and comments by Public Works, the fire department, and Crossroad engineers at their pre-construction meeting. since it has not been set, since it has not satisfied other requirements for a development plan review under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
I would second that motion.
Okay, second by Harold. Roll call.
Ed Rosenbaum,
4.
John Eisenberg,
4.
Nathan Hike,
4.
Dave Kaufman. Harold Isaac,
4.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
move on to HR 2206.
HR 2206, City's Coffee, this is a request for approval of development plan. Petition to approve the construction of a 815 square foot retail building with a drive-through and with a waiver of section 4-8.7B in order to reclaim the barn wood in lieu of masonry in the southwest facade. This is a 1.6 acre site located in the southeast corner of James Road, Road 100 South.
No significant history on this site. It was brought into the town many years ago as Zone C2. It's within the Signature Streets overlay district, but as far as any subsequent or any previous history on this particular site, there is none. There is a pending land use petition before the Board of Zoning Appeals. Is going back to the previous petition. Reviewing it, they did provide some sign elevations, and as we got to digging into it, we found out they were illuminated. To have an illuminated sign within 600 feet of a residential district needs a variance. So there is a variance pending before the Board of Zoning Appeals on this particular case concerning illuminated signs within 600 feet of a residential district. It was supposed to be heard at the last Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. The Board of Zoning Appeals came to an indecisive vote on that petition, and because it was an indecisive vote, it got continued to the next meeting for a full hearing, or for a hearing again with a full board. From the standpoint of the development plan, obviously, if the variance gets denied, they won't be able to illuminate their signs. They could still have signs, it just won't be illuminated. So it doesn't really matter if the variance is approved or not for the purposes of this development plan. So my opinion is that you could go forward and hear this petition tonight and allow the Board of Zoning Appeals to make the determination on whether the signs could be illuminated or not illuminated. It doesn't affect the development plan petition is what I'm saying. There is a waiver on file on this petition seeking relief from the requirements of the Signature Streets overlay to provide for the use of reclaimed barn wood on the southwest facade. I have a facade elevation plan in this a little bit. In lieu of the requirement to provide 60% masonry or masonry-like materials. Other than that waiver request, the proposal is consistent with the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision control ordinance. And the comprehensive plan in this particular location has no overt recommendation. What we tend to do in that particular case is one of two things: extend a recommendation from a adjoining site or a nearby site, or we use the underlying zoning. In this particular case, the underlying zoning is commercial. So we would use the underlying zoning and say that a commercial use is appropriate at this location based on the comprehensive plan's recommendation. This shows the site and how it's being developed. Two access points, one on the southwest corner of the site, access right before you hit the pork chop into the roundabout, and then one at the far eastern portion of the northern property line, or I should say, as far east as they can go in this particular location. There is a significant flood plain on the eastern portion of this property, which means that we couldn't push that access point any further east without getting into a floodway. And the state of Indiana frowns significantly on development in floodways, and we're supposed to avoid it if at all possible. So that's the reason that access point isn't pushed as far east as we could get it, because any further east, we would have put it in the floodway. These are the elevations. It should be noted that part of the reason for the waiver request on this particular petition is because of the way the building is oriented on the site. It is oriented diagonally on the site, which means both the south, west, and north facades are considered front facades for the ordinance. Typically, in the Signature Streets overlay, you're required to have 30% masonry on a side facade, 60% masonry or masonry-like materials on a front facade, and then you're not even required to have any sort of masonry or masonry-like products on a rear facade in the Signature Streets overlay. In this particular instance, the petitioners submitted elevations that you see before you have 78% masonry on the north facade, 60% masonry on the east facade, and 69% masonry on the west facade. So they do have three facades that meet the standards of the ordinance. The only issue is, of course, one of those is not the front facade. The south facade that is on the front facade has 14% masonry. It's a small wainscoting on the bottom of the building, but the vast majority of the building, the petitioner proposes to use reclaimed barnwood. It's an attractive finish. Obviously, the idea behind the architectural requirements are to promote a durable and attractive and distinctive building along our major thoroughfares in Avon. And the petitioner's proposed structure does meet that requirement. The design of the structure is unique, and the elements and the cladding that they use meets the intent of the ordinance, even though on one facade they fall a little short of the requirements of the ordinance as far as masonry-like material. And that's basically what I've said at this location. We think that the petitioner has met the intent of the Signature Streets overlay by presenting an attractive building at this highly visible corner. And so we do recommend, we do think that the petitioner has met their burden as far as meeting the waiver, and we would recommend that this petition be approved, subject to the three conditions, standard conditions of our approvals outlined in our staff report and our PowerPoint presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff?
I have a question on the side they're proposing to use reclaimed barnwood. You had said that the intent of the ordinance of 60% was a durable finish. Is barnwood considered as durable as concrete?
Well,
Material?
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's, it's reclaimed barnwood. Obviously, barnwood, it's a somewhat durable since they're reclaiming it off an existing barn that's been there for a while. It is going to have a weathered look to it. So, I mean, my argument on this is, I guess, that they just meet the standard on three facades. So three facades they do propose would exceed the 6 or meet or exceed the 60%. Just one of them happens to be the south side, and because they've oriented that building instead of directly north-south but at an angle, that would typically be a side elevation if it were oriented, if the building were oriented due north-south. So that would be a side elevation. They still wouldn't meet the 30%. However, the use of reclaimed barnwood, it's not like they're trying to cut corners on costs or anything, because I'm pretty certain that cladding is not an inexpensive cladding. It's just a alternative that the designer and the architect and the owners have chosen, probably for their own branding purposes, but it's going to be an attractive building. And I think that from the standpoint, I'm always concerned when we have architectural standards that we are enforcing a sameness rather than enforcing a durability. So I like to interpret the ordinance broadly, and I don't like to give petitioners the ability to express an individuality in their buildings. Nothing is more frustrating than seeing an ordinance that requires every building to be built in red brick, and then you're driving around a community where every building looks identical, and the sign standards are so restrictive that you can't even tell what's in the buildings that are out there. So what I like to do with ordinances is what is the intent of that architectural standard? It's to have an attractive, durable looking building. I think that this building meets that standard, but it also I would like the petitioners to be able to express themselves individually in their building so that we have a diverse streetscape when we're driving down these roads, rather than sort of a bland sameness, even though it's built of brick materials. I don't know if that answers your question. I
No,
sometimes
it
ramble.
does. I appreciate the answer. I kind of figured that. I was thinking more in terms of if you had that wood siding, if it blew off, and the maintenance of it and being able to match it and stuff. So I was more worried about the durability, but the explanation makes sense to me.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Bill, is this a unique structure? This is not part of a franchise, right? This is a one and done, one only.
It is a franchise. Now, I'm not certain. I think that the petitioners have had significant input into the design of the building. I don't think, my experience with corporate entities is that they don't really design buildings like this. There's usually sort of a sameness to a corporate entity that they, because they're trying to manage their costs. So they impose the same building everywhere. You see it in, for instance, Starbucks. If you go to a Starbucks in Greenwood, you go to Starbucks here, it's the same building. It's just in a different location.
Have you
Now,
seen?
I've never seen this particular franchise, so I don't know if this is the building they use.
Have
but
you
this
seen an
is-
architectural drawing of this building?
That's it. That's what we've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So C2, what would, the old ordinance, what would fall under permitted uses under C2?
Well, C2 and the current ordinance, the land uses are the same. It's really just about any commercial land use.
Okay.
Now, you obviously, with this particular site, you've got some constraints on the site because of the floodway. And so there are some constraints. I know that before this petition, I had 3 gas stations ask me about this site within the 1 year that I've been here, and I was able to convince them not to go there. So there are a number of land uses that could be on this site that are a lot more obtrusive than this 815 square foot coffee shop.
And I'm glad you raised that. So gas station could be there, fast food could be there, anything, so it's, okay, that's
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, a number of literally 3 I would get a phone call on this site every 2 months for a gas station when I first started working here. So I was sort of relieved when a coffee shop came in and said, so I don't have to worry about this lot anymore.
Thank you.
If they come out on 100 South, there's a median in there, so they have to turn right.
It'll be right in, right out only, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
they won't be able to make a left turn there.
okay, that's.
Got it. Sorry, did you have a follow-up?
No, so that was it. I was just trying to visualize it in my head, where they came out.
Well, I had a question about the ingress egress, because it seems like we've had this discussion in the past about how close those are to the circle. So as far as like streets, not concerned about how close that might be to the entry and exit of the circle?
It would be if we were encouraging left-hand turning movements, which is the reason we've constrained both of these exits to right in, right out only.
Okay.
So the only way to go into it is make a right turn into it. The only way to leave it is to make a right turn out of it. So we're not going to have, people. But theoretically speaking, we're not going to have people trying to make a left-hand turn into it and a left-hand turn out of it.
So
I can't promise that, though.
So another question I had is like the queuing of cars, with that being so close to the circle and trying to look at the number of cars, and I'll ask the petitioner when they're here about the number of cars that can be held in the queue, but the concern, and again, this is where it'd be good to have streets talk about this, that if they're going to queue, they're going back up to 100 South. To get, or even, potentially on Dan Jones, depending on how long the line's in, since they can come in both entries. So
Yeah.
is that discussed, and is there a
Well,
traffic study with this?
We looked at queuing because of that. We didn't want it to back out in the streets. Now, the way let's see. So this is the drive-through service unit right here. And so it queues back, right? So it goes around this way. See? And so it queues back this way. And then if people want to leave, they'll either come here and take a right-hand turn, or they'll have to go around here and take a right-hand turn out here.
Right.
Um,
So they can come in Dan Jones and go around to get in line, or they can come off 100 South to get in line.
They can come in here, they can go around and get in line here, or they can come in through here, they can come around and they can cut right in if they can.
So there been any discussions around making it a one-way in, one way out, so that, again, not allowing bi-directional traffic there?
No, we haven't. Right in, right out is all that we've discussed. We hadn't made it a one-way street.
The concern I have is that when I look at Starbucks, it gets backed up in the lot there, down by, I can't think of the stores down there, but Denny's. And will this accommodate that many cars queued there without going back on the 100 South? Because once we get on the 100 South, now if you're coming out on Dan Jones and you're trying to go right, you're just adding to the queue there. And it's going to get, I don't know how we untangle that once we create that.
Well, the ordinance requires one at the window and 6 stacking spaces, and they've exceeded that, I believe. I want to say that they have about 8 stacking spaces shown on the plan, and that's what we reviewed. I know that like you said, there are certain land uses where, for instance, Chick-fil-A, where the drive-through stacks way more than 6. But that's the standard we use to review it.
So-
The Public Works Director has reviewed this. For a long time, we were telling people that this access point is the only access point that they can have. But the Public Works Director has reviewed this proposal. And he's the one that approved both entrance points.
So based off the standard you use, I just want to make sure that we all understand that this allots for more than the required queuing
It
of
does.
cars then.
Yeah, it allots, it requires more, or not requires, but it provides more stacking to the drive-through unit than the ordinance requires.
If there was traffic going into 100 South or on Dan Jones backed up, would that become a ordinance violation that would have to be remedied?
It would probably be more of a traffic violation, like an impeding traffic. It'd probably become more of an infraction through the police department.
Is it an infraction of the
Code
business
enforcement.
owner or the drivers of the
Driver,
cars?
it would be the driver, yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff?
I have one more question. Is there any consideration given on those openings on the pedestrian sidewalk that was just added to 100 South? Is it any expectations that the additional traffic turning in there might be dangerous?
No more than usual for the pedestrian interactions. We didn't look at that.
Okay. I was
We
wondering. I know
didn't, we didn't study it for this petition.
Okay. I know that with the roundabout, if you go east through the roundabout, now there's a sidewalk that was just added, and you go into that first neighborhood and that connects you to the Plainfield trails. And so there is quite a bit of bike traffic that goes.
Yeah, and we expect some pedestrian traffic with this land use as well, which is why there's a connection to those sidewalks into the parking lot.
Thank you.
Okay. There are no further questions. I'd like to have the petitioner come forward, please. And if you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Scott Singleton. My address is 557 Northfield Road in Plainfield, Indiana, 46168. I really appreciate you guys having us in this evening for this review. Thank you. We did put together a short slideshow that we'll try to go through because we do understand it's a new new franchise that people are just learning about. Bill did a great job kind of hitting on the highlights, and so I might repeat a few items, but I'll try to be short and get to the point. So I'm here representing our ownership group, which is just two local families who are looking to start a new business venture here in Avon. We're local folks in Plainfield, and we think this is just an outstanding spot for what we think is a great community asset. The applicants, the ladies that are going to be running this day in, day out, they started S&K Coffee Shop to create this business. It's Stacy Helpsley and Kelly Singleton. Kelly's my wife. They are the co-owners of U Paint Pottery Studio in Plainfield. They've started that from scratch and have grown that to 4 locations, including a location in Columbus, Ohio. And so they've been successful local entrepreneurs, and this is another opportunity that they're hoping to bring to the Avon community. So a little bit about Ziggy's. It's started as a small local coffee shop, like any business, I'd say. Opened up just back in 2004. This is the location. It's in I'd say a mid-sized city of Longmont, Colorado. It's in their downtown, and they started franchising that business locally in 2016 after the owner had opened several local chains or local extensions of that business. He decided to open in 2016 to start franchising. Not long into the franchising operations, COVID hit, and they really found a lot of success focusing on the drive-through and this kiosk model, which doesn't include any kind of sit-down, cafe-style service mode. So it's really focused on walk-up and the drive-throughs. And so that is an example of a double drive-through. We are not proposing that, but I wanted to show that just as a kind of an evidence of where they're finding their niche in terms of the market that they're entering into. We learned about this by a family vacation out to Colorado. We visited one and just thought it was a great opportunity and a great business that would do really well here and service our population. I'm happy to show you that in just a second here on why we think that's the case. And at this point, there's 40 locations already built, and they are expanding fairly quickly. So we will be an early location in Indiana, but not necessarily the first. I think there is one in Southern Indiana that's a little ahead of us. A little bit about Ziggy's. It's not just a coffee shop, or even we like to call it a coffee kiosk. They're going to have all kinds of frozen drinks. We're going to have all kinds of frozen drinks, I should say, on top of the coffee. And where it's really geared towards families and everyone that wants to get a refreshment. And so you can see there with the child getting the fun little drink, and they've even got treats for dogs. They've got a kind of a kids menu called I think it's called the Kid Zone. That was something that we really liked. A lot of families around here, we've got young families. And so we appreciate the lower price point for those opportunities for a kid to get a little drink that he was excited about. And so it's just a great product line that they offer. And again, really catering towards everyone in the family to get a drink and be happy. But what might make them the most unique and reason why you guys are already having some of the questions that you're talking about with the traffic is because their motto and what they really pushed us to is look for locations to go where people live, not where they shop. And so we don't want to open this kind of business out on 36. We are looking to locate near where people live their everyday lives. And so this is a great location for that. And we feel like it's going to be a great asset for the people that live there to be able to walk to it. And it's going to be supporting the park in the future. And so when you look at the site, and I'll highlight the site here by their logo, you can see nearby, we've got a future park, and I can't hold this very steady this far. You've got a school and a church here. You've got another school, of course. You guys know your community. We've got the high school down here. We got 2 churches over here, and we've got 2 schools. So we've got lots of trips that are going through here all day long, every day. Families living their life, And we feel like this is a very convenient place for them to stop and get a refreshment, saving a trip going up to 36 where there's already traffic congestion. We're not inviting that traffic congestion up there any further. We're trying to provide those things here locally. So the lot here, as Bill already kind of pointed out, is owned currently by John Lazaro. It's been through a number of previous iterations trying to get built, and we did look at it very closely from the access standpoints. And I'm happy to talk about a little bit of those traffic discussions that we've already had. But one of the challenges, as was mentioned already, is that a lot of the, there it comes, hopefully I didn't hit it twice, a lot of the site is covered by the floodway. And so it makes the site a little bit challenging. And so after you cut that out, you've only got 0.79 acres there, give or take a little bit with my math, to develop. And so there wasn't a ton of options. And so we just feel like between the asset that this brings to the community and the size, it's a great fit for this location. Understand that there's going to be questions about traffic. You guys have already hit on some of those. This is the site plan that's been developed for us with Fritz Engineering. Ashton Fritz is here, and he can answer any technical questions. But as far as some of the questions that you've already brought up about the traffic, what I would point out is we did look at a single point of access. Oops, sorry. Getting ahead of myself there. We did look at the single point of access. As Bill mentioned, this was kind of where the town started. But we quickly realized that if this was a single point of access, what you're going to be encouraging, with 100 South being built with this median, all the exiting traffic has to go right. But a lot of traffic that would come to this site is going to live south and west of here. And so that traffic would end up coming down and doing a U-turn either in the church and school parking lot there or one of the communities. And so we were able to work out a right in, right out access down here on Dan Jones. So therefore, anybody coming out of the roundabout will be prohibited from doing a left movement into here, and that will be signed as well as part of this project. But then keep in mind, I'm sure most people know this, Dan Jones is getting widened in the future, and this median is likely to get extended and make that a non-issue in the long term. I think that project is maybe a couple of years away. Is that right, Ethan? So until then, that could be an abuse, but it's going to be a short-term problem for people abusing that, and certainly that's not our intent. We're going to rely on just the right in, right out. And those movements obviously don't require someone to stop on the road. They do require them to slow down to make that movement. But that's a good thing as you approach a roundabout. If you've been through that roundabout, we all know it has a tendency to invite people to blow through it as fast as they can. And so we feel like we're actually introducing a nice little traffic calming method by creating some gaps in this here, by forcing people to slow down potentially as they approach the intersection, which I think is going to be a good thing. As far as the site plan, I would point out that we do intend to post signing up here to encourage and require, actually, and we are happy to staff that if needed, if it becomes a problem, where once this starts to queue up, and I believe we have 13 vehicles available to fit in this queue, we've actually split this queue line so that we can double stack up to this point. But we'll have signage here that says once you stack to this point, anybody coming in from 100 South is going to be obligated to use the bypass lane to circle around and come up through this area to get in the queue. And so that effectively eliminates any risk of queuing ever backing up onto the public right-of-way between those two options that are available to us. So we feel like the site has been laid out in a way that's going to work with the surrounding traffic conditions and the neighborhoods and things. So I would add one last comment. Obviously, you guys hit on it very well. Bill did, about the building and the request on a waiver for the reclaimed barnwood. Being a Colorado franchise, here's a pretty good example. This here is the rendering of ours from our plan set on the left, and here is just an example building that I was able to pull on the internet that shows a very similar style to what we're building here. The reclaimed barnwood, I believe, is detailed back on this facade, but what it is just adds that rustic look, and that's the Colorado feel. They wanted to have that rustic look, and they're still kind of finding their identity, frankly, with some of these buildings. And so that is why they're encouraging us to use that barnwood product, and we're happy to do it. But we hope that explains why we're pursuing that. It's certainly, like Bill said, it's not a cost savings. It's a branding thing that we're trying to, that the Ziggy's is trying to create with that Colorado rustic feel. So with that, I will add that Joseph Lisi is here with us as well from Progress Studios. He's our architect that did the plans that we submitted. And I would, if we have any questions for those guys, I'll do what I can from an owner's perspective. But again, we're a little new at this, and so this is our first time doing this kind of presentation. But I appreciate your time tonight. Hopefully, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the petitioner?
Thanks for coming in. So I know I don't need to state this. It's pretty obvious that it's a very high visible location with Dan Jones 100 South. And it's also just directly across from the World War II Memorial. And so can you speak to your organization's commitment to make, that space an asset and not an eyesore?
You're talking about our space and asset, not an eyesore. Well, certainly it's hard to compete when you're talking about a war memorial, if that's the level that we're trying to get to. And I appreciate, I don't mean that to get laughs. I just mean in all seriousness. So, as a business, we feel like we're offering something that's going to drive people to that intersection, both from biking and on being walkable. And so hopefully it encourages people to visit that site more often, along with the future town park. And so we certainly don't feel like what we're offering is an eyesore. We've tried to make a very nice looking building that offers a different vibe. It kind of settles in with the earth tones. It doesn't stand out. It's not there to grab your attention, although we obviously we do looking for the illuminated signs to help indicate when we're open versus closed. So we have no problems. I know that's a zoning question, but we have no problem shutting the signs off during the evening hours. We would just like to get those illuminated when we're to show that we're open. But I don't know if that answers your question. It's something that I've had a chance to kind of think about, but we certainly don't feel like we're going to do any harm to that.
Yeah, that would be my, just my, ask as a member of the board as well as the community is you're across the street from the war memorial, and it needs to be your business needs to be presentable and representative, not just of Ziggy's but Avon. And I don't think it'd probably be in here if it was being requested for like a waiver for landscaping or whatever, but it is my hope that you guys if not meet the standard, well, if not exceed the standard, always meet the standard. Especially given its location. So
no, it's going to be a beautiful property. I can assure you that. If that's what you were trying to get at, I apologize, but yeah, that's it. We take good care of our things, and this is us transitioning from renting space to owning something, and we take pride in that ownership, and that's how it's going to reflect our own pride because we're going to own it. So it's just not a franchise coming in to and leasing the land. Yeah, we're buying it. So. It's subject to approvals.
So just to follow up on Mason's question, so is there landscaping? I don't see any landscaping criteria, trees, bushes. Am I missing something or?
I did.
Is there no landscaping requirements for this?
Yes, yeah, the
There are.
landscape plans there. I'm sorry.
Is there a slide we can look at to show the bushes, trees, where it's going to be landscaped in?
And you're not seeking a waiver of the landscape architectural standards, right?
No.
That's correct.
So that's the landscape, that showed you that. I had tried to give you the site plan with the landscaping plan on it.
So there's 5 trees on the south side. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
Right here.
Yeah, 5 big ones.
Trees right here, and then there's some trees right here. There's the parkway trees.
Okay.
Some foundation plantings. There's the trees and around the little parking area right here.
Okay, thanks. That helps.
Okay. Any more questions?
Mr. Singleton, yes. So if I understand you correctly, and thank you for coming tonight. I hope it goes well for you. You can queue up 13 cars? Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
That's what I said. I think that is the right number. I had to double check. Our engineer's here. He knows for certain. I apologize.
Yeah. I just think it's gonna be really popular, and I've been in Cabin Coffee. Have you set out Cabin Coffee and, is that right? I'm saying the right name, right? Yeah. Have you sat out there and watched their queue? How long I mean, man, they get 8 to 10 cars pretty quick.
Yeah, and I know our engineer has some of those numbers that came directly from Ziggy's, but the turnaround is, around a minute at the peak level that we can service most of those orders. And so by the time you work that through with the ordering boards and things like that, we are not competing against Starbucks in terms of ordering that cafe. We are filling a need where they are not able to kind of get those servicing fairly quickly. And so that is part of our expectations.
It's a single window drive up,
It is a single window is what we were proposing, yes.
and people can come in pre-order and pick up stuff like Starbucks. Can they come in and pick up pre-orders or not?
So we're learning all the details ourselves, but yes, that is going to be part of the service is that you can order online, have your order ready and pick it up. Whether that's at the drive-through window or if you want to get in the queue to get the line, those details are.
But there's no in-store dining.
There is no in-store dining, correct?
Thank you.
There are, I should point out, a patio seating for a walk-up service. So when the weather's nice and we expect a lot of pedestrians and bikers to stop by as a destination.
In the event that there's a question from the public about traffic and peak time. So talk to us about peak time, anticipated hours during the given day. Like when do you expect to be the busiest and the least busiest?
I'll let Ashton step in for these details.
So if you would state your name and address, please.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Ashton Fritz Engineering, address 14020 Mississinawa Drive, Carmel, Indiana, 46033. I can answer the questions. We have some data from corporate. The busiest store in the franchise, not surprisingly, their peak hours from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. And the peak transactions was 62. With an average service time of less than 1 minute, which if you average that out, there would essentially be no queuing. One car comes in, they get served, they're out, the next car comes in.
62 an hour, is that what you mean by the 62?
62 for that peak hour. Yep, and that is the peak hour of the day. And we have provided, as Bill had mentioned, required to have 6 queuing spaces. We have 13 in our official queue line. But as Scott was noting, the bypass lane can serve probably another 30 or so, which we don't expect that will ever happen with less than a minute service time.
How many total visitors at the highest trafficked, store?
Throughout the entire day,
Yeah.
390. And that's between the hours of 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. is what their store hours were.
What was the bypass lane? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Bypass lanes are required in drive-throughs.
Yeah.
So if they think it's too crowded, they can just keep on going? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can bypass the lane. They can get
So-
out of the queue.
Yep. If you see these vehicles queued up here, they continue back. They're kind of blocked, but we have 2 lanes of queuing right here, one north and one south. And then this is a bypass lane that goes all the way around the drive-through lane itself.
So if they pull in, they see there's too many cars, they don't want to wait that long, they just keep on going. They just.
Yeah. And in fact, we have a sign right here, that little black dot that says no stopping standing. You cannot stop there. If you come in here and these cars are queued up, you have to come down and around and then get back in line down here.
Oh, so they can queue up there on that back road.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
can-
so
that's
they
why I
would,
say
they
you queue
would,
up
they
almost
would,
30 cars if you need to and not impact.
exactly, yep. They would
south.
travel around, go past the window and come back and queue up south of the building in here.
Gotcha, thank you. That makes me feel better. Got it.
Okay, anything else for the petitioner? All right, thank you. We're going to open up for public comment at 8:08. Has anybody signed up to speak on this? Okay, no one signed up, but if there's anybody from the public that would like to come up and speak to this petition, please do so. And if you state your name and address for the record, please.
Name's William Golder, 1110 Brookside Court, Avon. I live right behind where they plan on putting in Ziggy's. I'm concerned about, he said that the main peak hours were between 7 to 8. I'm concerned about the traffic congestion. We got Avon school buses coming through at that time. It's already a hassle just to get out of our communities. I'm also concerned about the park going in across the street. He said that they'd be serving refreshments for kids and whatever, but with the park across the street going in, I'm concerned about the kids trying to get across the street to get to them. I think it's a safety issue. I'm still also concerned with the warehouse district down the street, with the warehouse truckers trying to get their tractor trailer trucks in or pulling off to the side of the road, trying to run in, get a quick cup of coffee, causing congestion. And that roundabout was put in to keep the flow of traffic going. And I think that with this business there, it's going to interfere with that. Also, like I said, my home is right behind where they want to put that at. I think this business is going to have a lot to do with lowering the property values of the people that live in that area. So I'm opposed to the whole project. I think there's other areas. There's a strip mall just a few yards down on Dan Jones, where I think they would better fit and would alleviate some of the traffic that's going to probably end up happening around the roundabout. So I just wanted to state that I'm very concerned about the safety of the kids coming from the park. I think that property can be used for something else better and that the whole community could use. I stated that at the last meeting, that maybe a dog park or something like that, where the whole community can walk their dogs and play there or something like that. I just think that's the wrong place for a business. It's in a residential area, and you wouldn't want that business next to your home, just like I don't want it next to mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to speak?
I'm David Sidebottom. We live at 1106 Brookside Court in Avon. And the view out my kitchen window is that empty lot and the future park. It's going to be across just north of 100 South. And we moved there 17 years ago, and I really didn't want to be a part of living in a city business district. Of course, as Bill pointed out, this is far, far better than a gas station, but I'm just concerned about the lights, parking lot lights. Right now, I look at beautiful trees and flowers and woods. That's all I see. And I really hate to see a business come in there. If it's disguised and well landscaped, I think it wouldn't be a problem. We are a little bit concerned about the lighting too. And I don't know if it's going to have parking lot lights or what kind of sign lighting, but that's our main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, then at 8:12, we'll close public comment.
Paul, can I have the petitioner come back up? I've got one more question based on the public.
Sure, do you want Scott?
Yeah, either one of them. It doesn't matter. You brought up a good point I hadn't thought about. Trucks. There's a lot of warehouses, semi-trailers. I assume, is there some type of ceiling limit that you can't get your truck underneath? Can semi-trailers come through that? I guess that's my direct question.
Semi-trailers will have a difficult time making any kind of movement inside our facility. It is manageable with the islands and things, but we are communicating with our corporate office about the need for our deliveries not coming in with heavy trucks in order to get our materials. But we do need to be able to get deliveries of equipment and things into the site. And so it's not that they can't get in there, but they are certainly not encouraged. And that is not the expectation. I believe you're probably
So a semi-trailer can come up to the drive-through window?
No.
Oh, that's my question.
I'm sorry. I thought you just been onto the side.
Obviously for direction, but he was concerned about semi-trailers coming in, the drivers coming in to get their morning coffee as they go to the warehouse.
No, that is certainly would not be allowable. I apologize. I didn't
Because you've
understand your
got some
question.
type of limitation where those big rigs can't get under.
We have an
No,
awning,
they
yes.
scrape their tops. Okay, that's all I need to confirm. Thank you.
Could you talk to the lighting in the parking lot area?
Can you
Yeah,
speak
yeah.
to the lighting more?
Yes, the parking lot is lit with pole lights. They are cutoff lights. There is less than 0.1 foot candles at all property lines as required by code. So lighting spillage onto adjoining properties is essentially nothing.
We did review a photometric plan.
And Mr. Singleton, you live here in Avon, correct? You and your, or the community,
Yeah, that is correct. We live in Plainfield. Both of our families are from Plainfield.
so
but yeah.
obviously you've heard the concerns. I would, landscaping is important, trees are important, neighbors are important. I'm sure you want to be a good neighbor, so just a thought. Thanks.
Absolutely. We hope it's viewed as an asset. We really think as people are going to really love to have it near their homes. I understand that might not, everyone's not going to feel that way, but in general, we think it's going to be a great add.
Thank you.
Is the parking lot lighting, is that 24/7 or is that also based on business hours?
I don't know what the ordinance requires for that. I think there's obviously some security lighting that always stays on for overnight. Is there any requirement?
Yeah, it'll be during business hours. They may shut off at 9 o'clock or there'll be a set timer that they'll go off. They won't be on all night.
What are your expected business hours?
Oh, did you know that? Here?
We are currently expecting 6 in the morning to 7 in the evening. Yeah.
You mentioned that you said the lights were within the ordinance, but when they're mentioned that there was a variance applied for, so can you?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I think we're talking about, I was taking your call and some of the concerns more about the overhead lighting for the parking lot and the site lighting. But then to Bill's point, there is a request in front of the Board of Zoning Appeals for us to allow us to light our illuminated display like sign, the branding sign on the building. Because you guys have an ordinance that prohibits that if you're within 600 feet of a residential property. So we're asking that be done on the face facing the roundabout and then the face to the north where they're not directly by the residential properties. The south face, we're agreeing that we would not illuminate that. But we did want some illumination to indicate during our business hours that we're open, but they would be not lit in the non-open hours.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's why I was wondering, and I appreciate that you're considering the direction of the residences.
Yes, thank you.
So the parking lot's for the employees?
The parking lot is mainly for the employees or someone that would potentially drive up and want to sit outside.
So how many parking spaces are there in the parking lot?
I'd have to look myself, tell me.
There are 12
12.
total parking spaces
So not a
provided.
major parking area that you have to light up at night or anything? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And do you have any intention to level the existing woods that are to the east of the structure, or they're going to stay?
The majority of it will stay. I'd say 90% or more of it will stay. There is a little clearing that we'll need to do to build the detention basin there south of the parking, but most of it will stay. It's predominantly floodway and floodplain, so we're staying out of that and leaving that all existing.
If we were to add that as a condition, 90%, is that what's doable?
Yeah, what's on the plan, I'm throwing 90% out there. I haven't calculated that area, but we could calculate it if you need it.
Has that been defined, Bill, by chance?
We did not review it because it was floodplain involved.
Yeah.
He said the vast majority of it was going to be remain undisturbed.
Right.
In fact, the erosion control plan showed it has the limits of construction Well, outside from the vast majority of the wooded areas of the place.
Yeah, and in addition, we are providing all the required on-site landscaping in addition to what's staying. So the site remains heavily landscaped, both along the creek there and on the site itself.
So to the south of the property, where it abuts to the residential property there, do you have the landscaping sufficient that provides sufficient screening to the business?
Yeah, in fact, we've proposed, I don't know if we can bring that up again, but there are south of the residence, these 5 trees here are deciduous trees, which, will lose their leaves in the fall and winter. These trees here that are adjacent to the drive exit, these are evergreen trees that will not, during the winter months, lose their canopy and screening abilities.
Thank you.
In the floodplain areas, is that the one with the dashes through it? Where's the floodplain area?
So this cross-hatched area here is the actual floodway.
So none of that can be disturbed, right?
Yeah, not without considerable permitting through FEMA and DNR. And then the flood fringe extends outside of that right along here. And we are staying out of that as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
If we do move, I would be open to, or I would encourage conditions pertaining to lighting, like the hours of when they're, can be on. And then a commitment to, turn off lights at this hour. And then a commitment to not disturb those woods that are just to the east that are not in the floodplain, but that are just, or at least a percentage of them for the sake of that neighborhood to the east.
So I guess I have a question then for Bill as far as the lighting, what Mason was asking about. Is there anything that would prohibit that type of condition on the lighting? That's because I know it's being discussed in the BZA and the lighting and the signs too, that if we put a condition on the parking lot lighting, is there any prohibition on that would fall in with security or law enforcement?
I would add, I qualify it as like still, we want it to be a safe space.
Yeah.
Right? But it doesn't need to be a spotlight.
Right.
So.
In
that's what
the
Mitchell's here
lighting,
for, to help with
so the lighting, if I
language.
understood the petitioner right, is there's a requirement that it can't leave the property, so that there is a light trespass that they're addressing.
Chapter 14 of the ordinance specifies that the fixtures used have to be full cutoff. So that's your first sort of line of defense. In other words, you can't have a light fixture that extends below the shield. So the shield will cut it and direct the light onto the ground. The other thing that the ordinance has is where it joins a residential area, the maximum trespass that you can have at the property line is 1/10 of a foot candle. And the photometric plan that was submitted with the petition complies with all the requirements of Chapter 14. There's no reason why you couldn't put a condition on it, but the plan that they've submitted is consistent with the ordinance requirements. Now, having said that, I do have to throw this warning out. There will be a higher, there'll be ambient light, right? And sometimes when you've spent a long time on adjacent to an undeveloped piece of property, there is going to be a difference because you're going from an unlighted piece of property to one that's illuminated occasionally. And so there'll be an increase in the ambient light in the area. But our forecast is that the lighting will be consistent with the ordinance requirements. And also the roundabout is illuminated. So there's street lights on the roundabout, and yet we had to take that into consideration as well. So there's going to be a 24-hour lighting at the roundabout. So you will have some illumination at the roundabout.
Is there lighting at the memorial at night?
That I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that. Is there?
So I think one of the important things you brought up, Mason, too, is like with the way it's zoned, there's a lot of businesses that could go in here that would buy the property or buy the rights to development. So this seems to be one of the less obtrusive ones. I understand the concerns that are raised here, and I am concerned. The safety is an issue, and I think that safety is regardless of pedestrians, that there needs to be, I guess, as we build that park, that should be taken into consideration around pedestrian traffic that could cross 100 South or even cross Dan Jones. So I'm sure pedestrian traffic is something that we're always looking at as we build the trails through town. I don't know if there's any plans on that around crossing around the roundabouts any different than what it is today.
I don't know the answer to that. I know that, like the petitioner indicated, that there are plans for some road widenings in the near future. And in all road projects anymore, pedestrian mobility is a large part of that. The days are gone where mobile transportation infrastructure is merely how many cars you can route through an intersection as fast as possible. So pedestrian mobility is a big component of modern road projects.
Any other discussion? Someone like to make a motion on the waiver of use of reclaimed barn wood in lieu of masonry?
I would move to approve waiver number 1 for the development plan review, case number DPR 22-06, Ziggy's Coffee. I move that we approve the waiver request of section 4-8.7B to use reclaimed barnwood in lieu of masonry on the southwest facade, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ed. Roll call vote.
Rosenbaum,
4.
Alden Burger,
4.
Mason White,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Harold Iser,
4.
carried.
Any discussion on DPR 2206? Additional discussion?
I would, again, recommend, I'll make the motion and add the condition that the woods to the east remain at least 80% intact as it exists today. So I'll make the motion, but I'm looking at Mitchell to make sure I got the verbiage right. Good with,
Okay.
all right. My apologies. I move that we approve DPR 22-06 Ziggy's Coffee, a development plan review to allow for an 815 square foot retail building with a drive-through subject to the following conditions. 1, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. 2, a landscape bond is required per section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. This bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a full certificate of occupancy for the subject site. 3, the development shall comply with all relevant portions of town code and comments by Public Works, the fire department, and crossroad engineers at the pre-construction meeting. 4, that no more than 80%, strike that at least 80% of the current woods to the east will remain in place. Since it has satisfied all requirements for development plan review under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Dave. Roll call vote.
Ed Rosenbaum,
4.
Paul Gutenberg,
4.
Mason White,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Harold Iser,
4.
Okay. Thank you. DPR 2208, Mears Machine Edition. Thank you. A request for approval of a development plan that proposes an 11,252 square foot building addition with a waiver of section 23-18 to eliminate the need for the architectural requirements of the US 36 overlay. This is a 9.79 acre property and located at 9973 East US Highway 36. So this one's for what it is, it's a fairly complex staff report on this one. I'll try to summarize it and not confuse anybody, but the petitioner requests approval of this development plan to put an 11,252 square foot building to the rear of an existing addition on the site. And the intent behind that addition is to convert outdoor storage to indoor storage. There are two pieces or historical petitions that are of note. They're both development plan review petitions for this particular land use, and they were done in 2010 and 2012. The existing use of the property has been in the site since I guess about 2003, but the building complex began under previous land use in around 1988 and has had several additions in the intervening years. This is dual zoned C2I2, and it has the US 36 Highway Overlay District on it. The Overlay District was created in 2007, and so the site is a legally established non-conforming use. At the time of the institution of the US Highway 36 Overlay District, the building had approximately 77,600 square feet under roof. Now, the ordinance is written, or the ordinance, I guess this ordinance, the current ordinance brings these standards also into the current age as well. But as long as the petitioner doesn't exceed 35% of its legally established non-conforming square footage, then he can file for administrative review of a development plan review petition. And also that review would be exempt from the standards of the US 36 Overlay District. So because that 35% threshold is in place, that was 35% of 77,600 square feet or 27,100 square feet, that the petitioner has rights to an addition onto the existing structures and not comply with the overlay district and not require a hearing by the Plan Commission on it. As you heard, there were a couple of additions onto the building between the time the ordinance was adopted, the overlay district was adopted, and today. Those two additions totaled 18,900 square feet. The petitioner has rights to put an addition of 8,250 square feet and still avoid a Plan Commission hearing, have an administrative review and approval done, and also be exempt from the US 36 Overlay District. So what you have here is an 11,000 square foot building, which is the reason it's before you, because once he crossed that 8,250 square foot threshold, he lost the ability or the exemption from the US 36 Highway Overlay District, and he also requires subsequent development plans will all require a hearing before you. The petitioner has filed a waiver of the architectural requirements of the US 36 Overlay District. This will be a steel-clad building, and it will transition outdoor storage to indoor storage. Aside from the elements that were covered in the waiver request, the proposal is consistent with the zoning and subdivision control ordinances. So this is the site. The addition would be in this area right here. Difficult to see in this overhead. Easier sort of to see in this a site plan from the site. So it's this little square addition right here. which would be located, as I said, right behind the existing sort of complex of additions that were done over time. And essentially incorporating this little outdoor storage and display area that's to the rear of the structure. With respect to the construction of the addition without complying with the architectural requirements of the overlay district, again, the intent behind that overlay district is to create the durable, the attractive view shed from the US 36 highway. And this addition would be behind those additions, would behind existing additions. So you technically, it's not that you won't see it from 36, but it'll be obscured about 80% by the existing additions that have already been constructed on this building over time. What you will see is a small part of, because the building being constructed is taller than the buildings in the front of it. And so you will see a small part of the building over the existing, the two existing additions that are on the front of the proposed addition. Now, the cladding isn't consistent with the overlay requirements, but the location of the structure behind that existing building effectively screens it from view from 36. And also, part of the 36 overlay is try to minimize outdoor storage. So we're actually moving, although with the building itself would be steel clad, it's reducing outdoor storage, which is another element of the overlay district that we like to encourage. So we do recommend approval of the waiver. We do recommend approval of the development plan petition. Again, it's subject to the same three standards. And again, the reason that this has, the last two development plan petitions that you saw in the history section were both administratively reviewed and approved in 2010, 2012. So this is probably the first time the Plan Commission has seen this site, at least for development plan, since it was brought into the town. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a question. So now that this has reached threshold that basically brings the site into, need to come into compliance. So this brings the entire site into our purview, right? And one of the things I note here, and I didn't know if you had discussed this, there's no sidewalks in this property. So
Yeah.
this would trigger that need to come into compliance, would it not? To where this would be where to get the sidewalks, promote that walkability, because there's sidewalks on either side of the property, if I view it right, that they would need to basically build sidewalks for their property.
I don't know if that's part of this proposal, but it
But
definitely
wouldn't
could
they
be.
have to meet our ordinances, which is part of that?
Yeah, they would. But the only thing that we reviewed were the overlay standards on this one. They didn't propose a sidewalk, so we may have actually missed that one.
So when the site comes into need to comply to the ordinances, that's when they, I mean, it's basically the entire site would need to comply with that. So the steel clad isn't part of the overlay requirements. So, you know, we could deny that because it doesn't meet the materials of the overlay. Although it does, like you said, bring outside storage inside.
Right.
But then the entire site is subject to come into compliance, which I'm looking at that. This is when I would expect sidewalks to be added to that site to come in compliance with the ordinances.
Well, I believe that's a reasonable condition of approval. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay.
Is there anything else that needs to come into compliance other than the sidewalk?
Oh, it was reviewed for the drainage compliance and it met the drainage standards. I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with a building that was originally constructed in '88 and it's had several additions onto it over time, there's sort of an appearance to it that you can tell that it's had several additions on it over time. There's nothing wrong with that, but a lot of those additions don't comply with the ordinance. And we were merely looking So we wouldn't have expected the petitioner to bring the old additions up to the standard of the overlay as far as the architectural requirements. But technically speaking, with the new addition, they would normally have to clad that in accordance with the ordinance, which is masonry requirements.
So I just need to follow up on that. If it was considered, make sure I use the terms like grandfathered, non-compliant,
Legal non-conforming.
legal non-conforming, so now it needs to be conforming because
Well,
they exceed the threshold.
Yeah, we would say probably, I would say probably the existing structures could retain their legal non-conforming status. But that new structures would have to, new additions would have to comply with the ordinance unless you approve the waiver. So I think that I don't think there's anything in the ordinance that would require the owner or petitioner to retrofit the existing portions of the building that don't comply with the ordinance. I think that we would consider those all legally established non-conforming from the development standards. But any subsequent development on this site would have to comply with the requirements of the overlay district, or they would have to seek a waiver through this body to do it. And that's what they're doing with the architectural standards.
So I want to make sure, and Mitchell, I'm looking at you, is that would this be an unreasonable commitment to require sidewalks to be installed as part of this waiver?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
I would, and this is just a planning geek type of thing. It is no longer an acceptable term of art to use the term grandfathering for a number of different reasons, but when you're dealing with legal non-conforming uses. Although I even myself find myself, using the term mostly informally, it's a throwback to voting rights after the Civil War. And it's been determined, at least by my profession, to be an inappropriate term to use further. And so we don't use and I'm not criticizing you. I'm just giving you the rationale why I keep throwing out legally established non-conforming rather than using the sort of shorthand term.
That's what I was going to
that's
ask you.
been
What's
used
the
historically.
official term now? Legally
It's
non-conforming?
legally established non-conforming, or LNCU, because of the rationale for using the pejorative term grandfathering in the past.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the education. Any other questions for staff? I'm not.
We're afraid to ask now.
That's not the.
I'm just kidding.
Okay,
I'm just giving you a hard time, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. All right, with that, if the petitioner would like to come forward, please, and if you'd state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Joseph Lisi. I am the architect with Progress Studio. Our address is 1103 East 10th Street in Indianapolis. And I'm here on behalf of the owner. And to first answer or clarify some of the questions and comments that have been brought up, the addition is, as Bill mentioned, going to be enclosing outdoor storage that currently is on the north facing side of the building. So from an aesthetic standpoint, that will help clean up the site a little bit. We are matching the aesthetic of the buildings that are on the back side of the property. This particular addition is approaching 900 feet away from the right of way. So it is significantly set back. In some of our documentation that we had applied for, we included a couple perspective renderings, basically as if one were standing in the middle of US 36. And from the northeast corner, you really cannot see the building addition at all. If you are looking at the building from the northwest perspective, you do see the top 10 feet above the existing structures. The buildings are going to be used to as I mentioned, incorporate the storage of goods that they manufacture that are currently being stored outside. If there's any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. It's kind of a simple, straightforward project for us, but I'm happy to answer anything. And in respect to the sidewalk, yes, I would agree that as part of bringing the site up to current standards, that would be an acceptable condition as part of an approval. So, thank you.
Any questions for petitioner?
So Paul, did I understand you correctly? There's already sidewalks on both sides of this property and they stop at the property?
From what I viewed, and I'm looking at basically on maps here, you got Longhorn, so the Target.
Right, Longhorn, yeah.
And
Target.
then on the left, I think is Chuck E. Cheese. So recent developments that would have had sidewalks. And, you know, Mears has been around for a while and probably would have been, if they would have been asked to do sidewalks, it would have been sidewalks to nowhere for a long time.
So, sir, can you confirm there are sidewalks on both sides of your property right now, sir? Is that something you can know for?
I actually do not know the answer to that with confidence. I did speak with the owner of Chuck E. Cheese next door, just informally to discuss the project and walked him through it, and he was okay with what we were proposing.
Yeah, I like that, Paul. I think now's the time to do it. So, and it sounds like the petitioner's willing. So I think it's a great idea to add on to the motion.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Well, if not, we'll open up public comment at 8:44. Is there anyone signed up to speak? No? Was that no, Ian? I'm sorry. Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this case? And seeing none, at 8:45, we'll close public comment. Discussion on the case.
I concur with that. Great catch there, Paul, and I agree. I think that's a great condition to add, and I'm grateful that the petitioner is agreeable to it.
So if we do that condition, would we put it on the waiver? Or would you put it on the DPR?
You put it on the DPR, yes.
If there is no discussions.
I just say I have no problem with the building going up. I think this is different from what we've been dealing with in the past couple of months. I think this business owner, Mears, has been a great, from what I know, just living here, I think they've been a great corporate neighbor for Avon. So I'm supportive of their building. I'm glad to hear they're positive on the sidewalk. So I'm for it.
Would anybody like to make a motion on the waiver?
You can't do it? I'll do it. I'll try. I'll see if I can put the sidewalk thing in here.
We go on the DPR to the next one.
I move that we approve MAP parentheses A 22-06. I'm on the right one, aren't I? Or am I on the wrong one?
22.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I move that we approve the waiver request of section 23-18 to eliminate architectural requirements of the U.S. Highway 36 overlay zoning district, since it has satisfied all the requirements for waivers under the state law and subject to the approval findings of fact.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Ed Rosenbaum.
4.
Paul Gutenberg.
4.
Jason Pike. 4. Dave Coffin. 4. Al Leisure.
4.
Okay. And any additional discussion on DPR? This is where we did the condition of sidewalks. Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll go for it again. I move that we approve DPR 22-08 Mears Machine Addition, a development plan review to allow for an 11,252 square foot building addition, subject to the following conditions. 1, any revised plans must comply with all commitments and conditions noted as part of any approval granted. 2, a landscape bond is required per section 4-9 of the zoning ordinance. The bond must be provided to the town of Avon prior to the issuance of a full certificate of occupancy for the subject title, subject site. 3, the development shall comply with all relevant portions of town code and comments by Public Works, the fire department, and Crossroads engineers at the pre-construction meeting. 4, that a sidewalk be connected to the property to the east and the property to the west in the frontal portion of the property. Since it has satisfied all requirements for a development plan review under state law and subject to the approval findings of fact.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Harold. Roll call vote, please.
Ed Rosenbaum.
4.
Paul Gutenberg.
4.
Jason Hyde.
4.
Dave Goffin. Harold Heiser.
4.
DPR 2208 passes. At this time, we've been going for a while. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll resume at 9 o'clock.
It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now. It's time to stretch and fetch. See what's cooking at our refreshment counter. You'll find your favorite foods and beverages, plus many new goodies to tempt your appetite and add to your evening's pleasure. Everything's the finest quality. So treat yourself now. Nine minutes to go to showtime. Popcorn, rich with hot melted butter. All kinds of candy. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. Minutes to go to showtime.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like 2 of those, please.
Hot dogs? Yes, sir.
And 3 of those. And 1 of those. And 5 bars of these. And a cup of that nice hot liquid.
Coffee. Coming right up.
Oh, and 2 bags of those peculiar white puffy material.
You mean our crunchy popcorn? Shall I wrap that for you, sir?
Oh, that's all right. My saucer's just outside.
They come from miles to enjoy our intermission.
7 minutes to go to showtime. Hot popcorn just popped. Fresh roasted peanuts. How about a pizza? None better anywhere. Sizzling hamburgers grilled to your taste. we've a large assortment of freshly made sandwiches. Minutes to go to showtime.
I'm sorry, sir. This is a private mountain. But I only wanted it. This mountain is reserved for patrons of drive-in theaters. But it's a supply depot for all sorts of good things, which people can get at the snack bar, like soft drinks, hot dogs, good hot coffee, candy bars of all kinds, delicious popcorn, and refreshing ice cream treats. But I am a patron of this drive-in. Well, why didn't you say so? Be our guest.
To go.
Hello there. Give the demonstration of my new invention, the Goodies Machine. Special for patrons of this drive-in, the machine turns out delicious hot doggies one after the other. And thirst-quenching sodas also. Gives popcorn of the most tasty kind, plain unbuttered. Candy too, crunchy and dandy. Steaming hot coffee and ice cream too. These goodies are at a snack bar just waiting for you.
Minutes to go to showtime.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Father, I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith in there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here now.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn, ice cream, piping hot coffee, delicious hot dogs. Well, that's some treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar of their drive-in theater.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
crowds are thinning out at the snack bar, folks, and there are still 3 minutes till showtime. You can easily make it for something that'll just hit the spot. How about it? Don't waste a second of refreshment time. You'll find such an appetizing assortment of refreshments at the snack bar, you won't be able to decide what to ask for first. All of your snack bar favorites are there, including fresh peanuts, hot popcorn, and candy of all kinds. And believe us, you've never eaten better hot dogs, crisper French fries, or more delicious buttered popcorn. Minutes to go to the snack bar for a quick refresher before showtime. No crowds to buck, just go get it. You'll be sorry you missed your chance to enjoy some of the many tempting goodies waiting for you. Stretch your legs now while the stretching's good. There's still time to get a mouth-watering hot dog, a sparkling ice-cold soda, assorted flavors of ice cream, all kinds of candy, the most delicious steaming hot coffee you ever drank, and freshly popped popcorn piping hot. Make a beeline for the snack bar right now to quench your thirst. 1 minute left to top off the evening with a treat from our snack bar. Still time if you hurry. Last call for refreshments, folks. Go right this second to get something good to eat and drink to enjoy now or during the rest of the show. The finest quality ingredients are in the fixins of the delicious foods you'll find waiting to tempt your appetite at the snack bar. Extra special good hamburgers, wonderful donuts, ice-cold thirst-quenching drinks. Pizza generously sliced, steaming hot, fresh coffee, ice cream in many flavors. It's showtime, folks. Enjoy the show.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting here and move on to MAPA 2206.
MAPA 2206, Lot 4, 6090 Cedar Bend Way, and Lot 5, 6080 Cedar Bend Way of the Cedar Bend subdivision. This is a request for approval of a major plat amendment to approve building setback line, to move a building setback line from 60 feet to 25 feet. Lot 4 is about a half an acre, 6090 Cedar Bend Way, and Lot 5 is a little bit over a half of an acre at 6080 Cedar Bend Way. The Cedar Bend plat was done in Hendricks County and then subsequently annexed into the town of Avon. So when it was in Hendricks County, it had different zoning classification than the one it has now. It's currently zoned R1. And as you heard, this is a request for an amendment to a recorded plat to change the platted building setback lines from 60 feet to 25 feet. The zoning district in place in the county required so this is sort of a convoluted story, so I'm hoping I don't confuse you. But the zoning district in place when this subdivision was platted in Hendricks County required a 120-foot wide lot at the setback line. The Cedar Bend plat has variable setback lines for certain lots within the subdivision. And it appears from a review of the plat, what happened was during the review of the subdivision proposal, if the lot width didn't meet the 120 feet at the setback required by the ordinance, then the developer was allowed to push the setback line back on the individual lots until it reached a point where the lot width was 120 feet. And I brought the Cedar Bend plat here so you can look at it. There's several lots within the subdivision where the setback line is, so the setback is 25 feet by ordinance. But there are lots within Cedar Bend that are 35, 40, 50, 60 feet in width. And what it appears to have happened was that variable lot line or front yard setbacks were platted on the individual lots within Cedar Bend so that they met the 120-foot lot width requirement under the county's ordinance. Now, when the property was annexed into the town and brought into the R1 district, the setback or the lot width changed. And so the lot width in the R1 zoning district under the previous zoning ordinance is 100 feet, and the required setback line is 25 feet. If you plat a 25-foot setback on these two lots, it would meet the 100-foot lot width at that setback line. So this proposal is consistent with the ordinance in effect in the town of Avon. So this is the lots. They've basically been obviously undeveloped since the development was platted. And this is the proposal. The current This is basically the way these two lots are platted right now. There's a 60-foot setback line right about here. And what they propose is to move that setback line from here down to here to the 25-foot, which is required by our zoning ordinance. And that is it. That's all that's being requested of you by this plat. We do recommend approval of this petition. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions, for staff?
How about the properties left and right of these properties? What are their setbacks? How does it compare? I didn't.
While Bill's looking that up, I'll just chime in and say that plot amendments like this are, again, ministerial, and you do not have any discretion. So if you find, like staff has found, that this meets the criteria of the zoning ordinance, then you must approve.
So lot 6 has a 60-foot setback. And lot 3 has a 25-foot setback. So the lot immediately to the east of this property has a 25-foot setback. A lot immediately to the west of lots 4 and 5 has a 60-foot setback. Lot 7 has a 30-foot setback. And lots 1 and 2, they both have 25-foot setbacks.
Okay. I was just kind of wondering about the aesthetic of it. Is it going to look really weird? But point taken on if it meets the requirements.
Yeah, I'll just say this, it's an atypical way to review a subdivision plat. Normally you establish the setback and that's where you measure the lot width. So the setback is established by the zoning ordinance, whether it's a collector street or a local street. And that's where you measure the setback period or the lot width period. You don't necessarily let developers push the setback line back until they meet that width requirement, because it sort of takes the whole reason of having a lot width and takes it out of play. So it's atypical, but it was apparently, I've talked to a couple of developers and they both said it was something Hendricks County routinely did. So maybe that was just a Hendricks County quirk.
But it meets our town criteria already. Is that correct, Bill? Is that what you said?
Well, yeah, I mean,
So why is it before, if it meets our town criteria, why is it before us? I guess I'm a little confused.
because it's a platted setback line and we enforce platted setback lines.
Because it's been previously platted, because it's
So,
been
yeah.
platted.
Because-
That's why we have to move it back up.
Right, so if the petitioner were to come in and request a building permit on this lot, we would enforce the platted setback line of 60 feet. So in order, and it's not a ordinance requirement, so they don't have access to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance, because what the ordinance requires is a 25-foot setback. So the only option to get relief from that 60-foot setback is to come here and replat those two lots.
So platted lines overrule ordinances.
It depends on the jurisdiction, but in this jurisdiction, we enforce platted setback lines.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, then we'd ask the petitioner to come forward.
Good evening again. I'm Dale Cruz, Cruz Consulting, 7384 Business Center Drive in Avon. And Bill did a great job explaining this, so I'm not going to get into any further detail. We believe that our petition meets the requirements of the ordinance, and we would respectfully ask for your approval this evening.
Okay, any questions for the petitioner? And with that, then we'll move into public comment, and at 9:07, open for public comment. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is, pull my mask down, is Barry L. Haymore. I reside at 6130 Cedar Bend Way, Avon, Indiana, 46123. On the first slide shows everything you need to know about me. Okay. I'm here to speak against the proposal from Lazaro. Mr. Peoples would have us believe that this is a perfunctory issue that you're required to act on a certain way, but there's always exceptions. There's not a rule around there, there's an exception, and there's lots of exceptions in this case. Now, the problem is, I think Mr. Lazaro is going to flood my basement. It's about surface water. It's a major issue here. So the thing could have been easily resolved by talking to Mr. Lazaro. For the last 3 months, once the lots were sold for $37,000 each, approximately, I've tried made many good faith contacts with Mr. Lazaro. I've been unable to speak with him one-on-one after many visits to his office, many phone calls to his office, and doesn't respond to email. He clearly doesn't want to talk to me, and he talks through other people. So my house is in danger if you do what is proposed. That's the issue. Oops. There we are. Can we do that full screen? You can see me, I don't. So we can see, no. Well, you have to get rid of the side. You can't do that easily. Oh, there we are. Now, let's see. All right, so here, so I'm in lot 2. This is lot, I have a shaky hand. This is lot 3. This is purchased by Silverthorne and is a half-built house on it right now. This is from Google Maps, and so it comes from some time in the past. The 2 lots that we're talking about are these lots. So from here, they go back, they go quite deep, and then here. You saw from the earlier drawings that this driveway, hold it down. All right, crosses the boundary line here. I presume that these 2 property owners will have to come to some agreement how they're going to deal with it. The issue of surface water is really serious. So this is, all this back here is shadow. So the sun was at a shadow, at an angle, and of course you see a lot of shadows. If you look carefully, you will see the swale. When timber bend was put together, they required, it was done in 3 sections, and this is section 2. And they required, and cedar bend didn't exist, it was timber bend, a large swale right across here, and then it kind of goes there. Right about here, it falls off the cliff. There's a big drop. So it's right about there. That's the big swale. And sheets of water come down into that swale, and at a low rain, it does its job, even on a moderate rain. But on a heavy rain, which means about 6 times, these frog stranglers just sheets and sheets of water. Timber bend is just a lift higher, so that's going south like this, and the water comes south. There's 2 directions. It goes west toward the floodplain of Whitewood Creek, and it goes south and then falls off the cliff about the street 300 south. And so all the big sheets of water go this way, and they go this way. So the problem is that this waterway in which it goes, it starts in my backyard right about here, goes across there, draws down there, and here. It's really big, right there. And that is an essential part. It acts as a secondary swale, if you wish. So filling that in or restricting the flow in that area would be deadly. Okay, let's do the next one here. Here's my crude drawing. Here's the swale. It's on the timber bend side. It goes along here, and then right about here it falls off the cliff. I'm here at lot 2. Here's a silverthorn that's under construction. And that's, again, that swale works great except in heavy rains. And the rain comes down, and I'm in trouble by this point because it's just almost flat in my backyard. And by the way, this is true of here, and there as well. It doesn't, but it sees this little natural waterway starting there. And it's only, at this point, it's 0. At there, it's 4 inches. And here, it's about -4 inches, -3 feet, -15 feet, minus 19 feet. This is a big gully. It's like a finger of the floodplain. Then what happens, it goes down, turns a corner, and dumps out right here. And that water, even in a mild rain, especially in heavy rain, it's just tons and tons of water. This waterway is absolutely essential to prevent flooding. This house has a basement. This house has a basement. This house has a basement. That house has a basement. Now, in the middle of this swale are are drainage in the flood, and they go down 10, 15 feet. And so what happens, right about this point, the flow goes this way in the swale, and then it flows this way, and then goes down the drainage pipe. And then from here, it flows that way down the drainage pipe. And then from this point, it goes to this drainage pipe, and from here, it goes to this drainage pipe. From here, it just falls off the cliff. So it's the heavy rains, this disaster. We need to maintain that. Now, are there ways of doing that? So some remediation for this secondary swale, this natural waterway, which has been there since God created it, certainly before Mr. Lazzaro's grandfather was born, then this is absolutely essential. So what can you do? Well, you can redig this swale, and as you go through this area, you can build a flow system to maintain the flow, but it must have acceptance from water along the way. Lazzaro, when he builds this, if he builds it, there's a lot of water coming down lots 4 and 5. And so he has the same issue the rest of us do, or at least his clients after Mr. Lazzaro sells and runs. So this has to be maintained. So my Mr. Lazzaro, who is absolutely, I think he's a ghost. I have no reason to believe he exists. Yeah, and he has other people speaking for him.
Sir, would you address the commission, please?
What's that?
Please, comments to the commission.
Is this what you're asking?
Please address your comments to the commission, not to the audience or to the staff.
Yes, sir. All right. So I want to know what Mr. Lazzaro is planning to do before you give him permission to build. Now, this is a big gully. And so I don't know, and I haven't seen the plans, and perhaps Mr. Zarnoff knows what they are, but they are undisclosed. So there's two issues here. What are you going to do? You're going to fill it in? You're going to do lots of piering? How are you going to make these suitable building sites? And the second of all, how are you going to maintain the natural water flow through here? Now, you notice here in my drawing that this lot is on a knoll, this house sitting right there. It's isolated. So the only way you can get to it is you have to bridge over this natural waterway. But instead of bridging over, they filled it in. Not my choice. It's been there for a while. But they put a pipe down there that goes down there and ends right about there. And so it's not the best situation, but it does so. But that's just, but it's not, they're not building on it, they're just driving over it. Let me see if I have anything else to say on this one. No, I just want Mr. Lazzaro and his engineers to be forthcoming. And let me tell you, it is not, despite the administrative stuff that I just heard, you cannot decouple the changing of the lot line from the drainage system from the building suitable building lots. They are intimately tied together. They have to be considered at the same time. So the engineer that just spoke provided no useful information for me to believe that my house isn't going to be flooded. And nor is he. All right, let me go to the next slide. This is, finally, I wrote a letter to Mr. Tully, and a detailed letter, and Mr. Lazzaro came back to me. I will add, and I will not be including you in discussions with the town, HOA, nor the architectural committee, because those discussions do not pertain to you. That's not true. Clearly, he's hiding out. Finally, I feel free to contact me directly if you have any further questions. There is no need to include others on the email. Despite this offer, Lazaro did not respond to multiple subsequent emails that I sent to him. Finally, I assured Mr. Tully this morning that we would, I don't have a record of it, that we would not be applying for any permits in these lots before drainage improvements were made. So I'll let you read it. That's why I'm here today. Today, I want this commission to deny Lazaro's request to change the front from 60 feet to 25 feet. Now, Mr. Peoples gave you a story on why it's at 60 feet. I will give you an alternative story. I think it was pushed back because that house is in the middle of a huge gully. And it's not a buildable lot. About 40 people have come and looked at those lots in the last 3 years, and they shake their heads. It's a beautiful location. It's just totally unbuildable without major renovations. In my book, they include steel reinforced piering. So, and I want the commission to continue denying such requests until Lazaro and his authorized engineering engineers, provide acceptable, detailed information of his intended drainage modification, changes, and improvements. Limited information from Cruz Consulting is useless. I also want this detailed engineering information to be placed in the public record. I want this detailed engineering information to undergo an independent engineering evaluation by qualified outside party. Now, if the procedure that I'm requesting is a change of the usual order of doing things in Avon, then it's time to consider a change for the better. Now, if you want to talk about the issue, I will talk about homeowners insurance, how homeowners insurance does not cover water coming from the outside, period, by any supplier. And finally, federal flood insurance, the costs and what you have to do, and I made an application. They don't know why I've applied because I'm not in floodplain, at least not their 100-year floodplain. So say no. Don't let Lazaro flood my house. All he has to do is provide information. The idea is secrecy, secrecy, secrecy. Hide everything under the rug. Finally, I'll tell you a story out of a typical engineering text. There was a city, and it had a bunch of different divisions, and one had to approve this and that, and the colors, and metal along one side. Someone submitted a flag, and it was all approved by all 11 divisions, separately, independently, and signed off on it. And then when they saw it, they were shocked. It was a swastika, a Nazi swastika. We couldn't have that. They didn't know it. Why? Because they didn't see the individual parts. The only way of seeing the big picture is seeing all the parts together. And that's what you need to do before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to comment on this case? Okay. With that, we will close public. Oh, we have one more. If you state your name and address, please.
My name is Lisa Wilkie, and my address is 6153 Yellow Birch Court in Avon, Indiana. I live in Timber Bend. And so our home is just catty-cornered to the lot that Mr. Lazaro is asking for the variance on, or I'm not sure exactly what the verbiage is. And so I think that, we do have some concerns. There is a huge gully that runs between both of these lots that are now being developed. And we already have drainage problems in Timber Bend in the back of our lot. There's now water standing. And I'm concerned that if there's not some type of drainage system put into the Cedar Bend section where these homes are to deal with this water that's running off from the houses, this one that's just been built next to the gentleman who was just speaking, has a steep grade that runs back toward our property. And so we're getting runoff water from them now. And nobody's seeming to deal with the issue of all of this water. And so it's, creating issues on our property. And, there'll be more erosion. And so we're just concerned about that. And I thought there was some engineering report that somebody had, but I don't know, maybe he doesn't have it. So, but yeah, we already have the standing water issue, and now there is literally, if those spaces are filled in without some kind of plan for the water that naturally runs into that very deep gully, I'm just not sure what's going to happen to our properties. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment at 9:24. Discussion.
Bill, for purposes of permitting and construction, in the interest of time, is this the right body for those petitions? And maybe this is a question for Mitchell as well.
Well, if this were a typical primary plat, it probably would be, although these issues would probably have been hashed through already on it. The issue with this particular petition is we're dealing with a recorded lot an existing lot in a recorded subdivision that has been reviewed by Hendricks County a long time ago. But we have to presume that review was done because they allowed the petition to be recorded. So, I mean, technically speaking, Mr. Lazaro could get a permit today on those lots and build a home on them. He'd just have to build it at 60 feet rather than 25. There's nothing in this change of the setback that would trigger a drainage review. Now, what we do as part of a building permit process would be to do some fairly significant review of these two lots. And Mike Tully, Mr. Tully, is the building commissioner. So if you all don't know Mike, he's the building commissioner. He's well aware of the challenges in these two lots, and he's told Mr. Lazaro that what his expectations are as far as a building permit submittal on these two lots. So there's already been a lot of discussion back and forth, but the building permit process is an administrative process, and just like a platting process, it's a ministerial act. If they meet all the standards of the ordinance, Mike doesn't have any discretion on whether he can issue the permit. There are some challenges on this site, and there may be some foundations design that has to be done. It's just one of these things that's in the bailiwick of the building commissioner right now. And that's basically where we are with this petition. You're being asked to change the setback. That's all you're being asked to do. Change it from where the county platted it to where the town's ordinance allows it to be platted. And the drainage issues are all stuff that are going to be reviewed. They're just going to be reviewed administratively with permit submissions, just like every other lot in this subdivision was done when they all submitted for their building permits as well. So the process that every single person that lives in Cedar Bend has had to do when they built their house is the same thing Mr. Lazaro is going to have to do when he builds houses on these two lots.
And as you
so-
mentioned, this is something that Tully is tracking on.
Oh yeah, he knows it. Believe me, he's been made aware, and Mike's about the straightest shooter in town government. And if you know Mike, he's a typical building commissioner. There's a right way and a wrong way, and so Mike always does the right way. So I have absolute faith that Mike Tully will follow up on these two and will make it right.
And again, if it meets the criteria, we have to.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
just unilaterally say, well, we want to, do it because of X. If it meets it, we have to.
it's a plat petition. So if you choose to deny the petition, you have to adopt findings of fact in support of your recommendation. And by state law, the petitioner has the right to submit revised plans that comply with your directions and then get the petition approved. So the question is, if you're leaning towards the denial, what standard are you going to use to denial so that you can tell the petitioner and give him the opportunity to submit revised plans to meet the ordinance provision? That's the problem with plat petitions and ministerial acts. It's not so much that you couldn't deny it. You got to turn around and say, this is why we deny it. And then that petitioner has the opportunity to submit revised plans to meet the provisions that you're citing.
Right. But we have to deny it based off of them not meeting the criteria.
Right.
We can't just come up with, or cite some other reason. It has to be they failed in one of these criteria.
Something in the subdivision control ordinance or something in the zoning ordinance.
Got it. Thanks.
So neither one of these lots are in a floodplain, is that correct?
No.
And that's studied and engineers look at that and determine who determines floodplains? The
Federal
state?
Emergency Management Agency. So they'll do a fairly detailed study using the most up-to-date information. The most up-to-date information that they've been using recently is LiDAR data to model floodplains. And then they establish what are called flood insurance rate maps. And those flood insurance rate maps are what are used to establish actual regulatory floodplains. And this petition, neither one of these properties are in a regulatory or in a floodplain.
Well, and just, again, I haven't walked the property. I have no idea what the property looks like.
It's a big old.
So my only problem is from the map that the neighbors showed, I could see why the builder wants to bring the house up closer because it looks like the backyard is where it falls off. And so that's my only thought.
I mean, obviously, we've done some rough calculations. The drainage way is at the 60-foot. Based upon the calculations we've done, the gully and the little drainage way that flows through these two lots is at 60 feet. It's at the building setback line.
Mr. Haymore, I see that you'd like to make a comment. If you'd come up, I'll give you time to make a comment.
Is it an option for you to not deny it, but delay it until more information is provided?
Is that your comment? We'll
No,
take that.
that
Okay,
was my
thank you.
ask.
We'll take that under consideration.
Okay.
It's a
Because
comment.
I told you what the information we need to have. Come out to the subdivision and look. That whole area is denuded in the last 3 days.
Right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to provide a comment, so we got the question. So the one thing that was brought up, had Mason asked and Bill answered, is like today the lots could be built on if they follow the current plat. And we're considering the recommendation that moved a setback line from 60 feet to 25 feet, which meets our ordinances. And the only reason we can deny that if it doesn't meet some findings of fact that we would point out. That's where we're saying we can't, it doesn't delay the construction other than the desires of the developer. Any other discussion?
I'm sympathetic to the property owners that have expressed their concerns and very, fair concerns. At the same time, we are bound by the code and the law, and we have a very narrow lens. And again, as council's pointed out, if it meets the criteria, we have to, right? And if we find, the only way we could find that the only way we can deny it is if we can find within that box that it doesn't. And unfortunately, I haven't heard anything tonight that explains or demonstrates that it violates what's in that box and therefore it could not be granted. Again, I'm sympathetic, but I see it as black and white. Either it meets the criteria or it doesn't.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion. I move that we approve map A 22-06 Cedar Bend lots 4 and 5, a major plat amendment to approve a change in the building setback line from 60 feet to 25 feet, since it has satisfied all the requirements for a major subdivision plat amendments under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Is there a second?
I would second that motion.
Second by Harold. Roll call vote, please.
Ed Rosenbaum.
4.
Paul Gutenberg.
4.
Ethan Pike.
4.
Dave Cotton. 4. Harold Heisman.
4.
Thank you very much.
I'll also say we have every intention to comply with drainage ordinances, the town's protocol, the town's procedures. Everything has been above board and everything will be above board as we proceed. So thank you.
And moving on to MAPP 2207.
MAPP 2207 Village of Turner Trace Townhomes. This is a request for approval of a major subdivision primary plat and for the approval to develop a attached single-family residential development consisting of 48 lots. This is a 5.67 acre property located approximately, that's not the right address, on Governor's Row. Okay. So this is a request to approve a major subdivision primary plat to subdivide this property into 48 lots for attached single-family residential use. It's a replat, and so of the townhome portion of the Turner Trace development, and that would allow for the construction of several townhomes on these properties with buildings along Governor's Row. Some of the properties are currently platted with wider townhome lots, while some remain as blocks awaiting further subdivision. And so this petition sets the total number of lots that are going to be platted all along Governor's Row for townhome developments. Now, the original concept plan for Turner Trace did show 48 total townhome units. The commitments associated with the development of Turner Trace do not cap the number of units at 48. And honestly, with this replat, the number of townhome units would become 52 total lots because there's a 4-unit townhome that's already constructed in this portion of Turner Trace. Property is zoned R4, and the request that you have before you is consistent with the requirements of the zoning and subdivision control ordinances associated with attached single-family dwellings, as amended by some of the historical petitions of Turner Trace. Now, Turner Trace is a PUD that's not a PUD. For those of you unfamiliar with Turner Trace was rezoned in the mid to late 90s and had a series of variances. It is a complex land use case merely because we didn't have the planned unit development district at that time. So when people wanted to do what was called planned unit developments, they had to do multiple zoning classifications and then go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and get a whole bunch of variances, which is what happened with Turner Trace. So this is the lot. These are the lots as they currently sit right now. These areas right here are already developed for attached single-family product. 1 4-unit has already been constructed. This is not part of this petition, but this was the original sort of townhome for the Turner Trace. These are the blocks that are not subdivided currently right now and awaiting future subdivision. This is how Turner Trace would be platted. I want to say, and the petitioner probably knows this better than I do, they're probably 32 foot wide lots and originally, and I think he wants to go down to 24 foot wide lots for the townhome pieces. These are 0 lot line pieces, so each townhome will have its own platted lot associated with it. The staff, again, this request has been reviewed, is consistent with the requirements of the zoning and subdivision control ordinance with the R4 zoning district as amended by the setback variances that have been approved for Turner Trace. We do recommend approval of this particular plat, and we do recommend approval subject to the 3 conditions for plats up there on our staff recommendation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff?
So Bill, you're saying this area was never platted originally? That was just open, unplatted?
No, it was platted. What happens a lot of times with, especially with attached single family and 2-family developments, what'll happen is either you'll have a notional lot, you'll have a lot with a notional lot line down the center. And then they'll build the structure and then they'll replat the building on the party line. Or you'll see what happens in like this area, right? Oops, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going this sort of inside the beltway stuff, but like this lot right here. So they'd have one building on here and then they'd come back and they would establish lot lines on the party walls in between the lots.
So that's what we're doing now.
Now what we're doing, so on here, on this side, they've actually established the individual lot lines. So what they would have to do then is basically build the party walls on these lot lines. And which is exactly what they did with this one right here. So in this piece right here, they've already established the individual lots for the individual units. And there'd be, say, each 4 of these lots would be one building. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, what the petitioner is proposing is establishing individual lots. Again, I think it's 4 or 5 individual lots would make up one building. So you got one building there, one building there, one building there. And that's the existing 4-unit dwelling, the townhome that already exists. So there's one building, one building, one building, and so on all the way through. So what the petitioner is proposing is to establish the lot lines in between the individual units with this petition, vice building the building on, say, this lot, and then establishing the lot lines on the party walls after you've constructed the building. No, you can turn that down a little bit, please.
Sorry about that.
I hate listening to my own voice. That's right. What you guys are feeling listening to me is exactly what I feel when I hear my own voice. So that's it. I mean, that's what's happening with this petition.
Any other questions for staff? All right, with that, we'll open up, I'll ask petitioner come forward.
Good evening. I'm Tony Bagato with Lennar Homes of Indiana. Our address is 11555 North Meridian Street in Carmel. As Bill explained, it's pretty straightforward. It's when we reached out to him about building out the rest of the townhomes, the only standard we can find from a density perspective, you would say, is they were limited to 4-unit buildings. It did not have a cap on the number of units. So our townhomes are narrower than each unit's narrower than what was originally built. So under our replat, what we came out to is a maximum of 48 new units, where there'd be 4 units in each building. So there's only 4 more. The 4 existing would be added to the 48, which is where you get to 52. From our review of that, we would comply with all the other standards of the zoning in the replat. So the replatting is just making some of the lots smaller for the individual units, plus subdividing the larger blocks that were remaining into those 4-unit buildings. Again, that would be the max at 48. There's already infrastructure in there, so we're working with the utilities to see how that could lay out for those buildings, but there would be a maximum of 48 more units. I'm available for any questions. Our engineer's here as well for any other technical questions I can't answer.
Any questions for the petitioner?
And again, it's getting late, so maybe I don't need to try to understand this, but so does the 48 units mean you're building 12 buildings with 4 units within each of the 12 buildings? Is that what you're saying?
A maximum, yes, yeah. It could be less depending on our utility layout, but that would be the maximum allowed.
That's what you're asking to replat to the maximum, right?
Correct. Which again is only 4 more units than what was originally platted.
Understand. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll at 9:43 open it up for public comment. Don't sign up. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Please come forward. If you would say your name and address for the record.
Hello, Angela McJunkins, 7153 Governor's Row, Avon, Indiana, 46123. I'm just concerned about, are they going elevation-wise, will it be 2-story versus I've seen some of their other condo townhomes that they have that are 3-story. I'm not sure if that's going to be something that is a concern. And also the facial part of the townhomes, are they going to be comparable to the ones that are currently there as well?
Can I ask you, what was your first question?
Sorry, the first one was, sorry, go ahead. What were you just?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The first one was in regards to the elevation of how many floors there will be what we currently have with just the 2-story versus what they have in Carmel being 3 stories on that elevation.
Yeah.
And then the exterior being comparable to what is currently also there. Those were the 2 questions I had. Other than that, I'm very excited to see it being finished out. That's very exciting for us.
All right.
Great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment at 9:45.
Do we want to get that petitioner opportunity to perhaps answer those questions if they're?
I think that'd be nice if the petitioner come forward. Would you care to answer the questions on how many floors and what's the exterior gonna look like?
Yeah, I believe our intent is to build, we have 2-story townhomes. So these would be 2-story with the rear loaded on the backside with a garage for the alley. In these models, what you see out there today, those buildings are a little more, I would say, flat versus ours. We have more undulation and front porches on those design. So from an architectural standpoint, we have more articulation. The current buildings, there is a zoning commitment, which is the next matter, requires brick on all sides. We are proposing to do a brick wrap on all 4 sides, so it won't be as much brick as you see on the existing building. But I would say architecturally, they're going to be residential in nature. The 3-story ones we build are more in urban settings. So in Carmel or like downtown Fishers, in Indianapolis downtown, we've built those. That would not be this setting. This would be more of a suburban residential feel, which is our 2-story townhomes. So I would say from a design perspective, they're very compatible with the homes we're building and the overall community. And again, we would have, where we differ is we have more modulation and more massing, which I think is better than the existing buildings, but they have more brick. That's really the only difference I would see.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So you didn't build any of the existing buildings. You're new to this development.
The existing townhomes were built by the current owner, and we were building the homes. And if you remember, we were here, I think, for a change in the church property to add 17 more homes. So we're building homes within the community, and those are more in keeping with what that kind of style looks like.
And those are under construction now?
Correct. In
So
Timber
the
Trace.
residents, and neighbors can kind of see what you do and what your work is. And
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I move that we approve MAP 22-07 of Turner Trace Townhomes, a major subdivision primary plat for approval to develop a residential development containing 48 lots of townhomes, subject to the following conditions. 1, any revised plan must comply with all commitments. Conditions noted as part of any approval granted. 2, the project shall receive any necessary review and approval by Crossroads Engineers on behalf of the town and HC Drainage Board, and since it has satisfied all the requirements for a major subdivision primary plat under state law and subject to the approved findings of fact.
Is there a second?
Second.
A second. Roll call vote, please.
4.
4.
Jason Pike,
4.
Dave Kaufman,
4.
Harold Isaac,
4.
And it's approved. Thank you.
CA 2205, the Turner Trace modification of commitments. This is a request for approval of a zoning amendment to amend the original commitments made in 1999. Property is located near Avon Avenue and Governor's Row. Okay, so this is probably the one most people are interested in right here, the Turner Trace modification of commitments. So the modification of commitments is complex, but it can boil down into basically two things. A change to the architectural standards of Turner Trace dealing with the commercial area of Turner Trace along Avon Avenue and the Governor's Row, the townhomes along Governor's Row. And then a relaxation of the use restrictions in the commercial area of Turner Trace. History of this property, as I alluded to in the previous petition, is extensive and significant. The petition that we're for this applicable petition, I believe, is ZA 9702, which was the rezoning that rezoned Turner Trace into multiple zoning categories. As I said, this is a request that will relax the use restrictions within the village shops, which is the commercial part of Turner Trace, and also modify some of the architectural requirements for Governor's Row, the Governor's Row townhomes, and the village shops, which are the townhome and the village commercial area of Turner Trace. We'll go through just the ones. There's in your staff report, there's a red line copy of the original submittal, and then attached to the red line copy of the original, and that was the original submission by the petitioner requesting the modification, basically the deletion of the entire requirements for the village shops, and then modification of the architectural standards in the townhomes. The petitioner has submitted, since that initial submission, a addendum to that, where he is proposing to modify some of the overall restrictions within the village shops to accommodate the concerns of staff that we had during the technical advisory committee meeting. With respect to the architectural requirements in both areas, staff really has no objections. We believe the ordinance requirements are sufficient. With respect to adult uses, they're not permitted in the C2 zoning district. And so whether that commitment stays in the ordinance or is removed from it is irrelevant, because adult uses aren't permitted in the commercial area of Turner Trace by right in any way. With respect to the elimination of taverns and bars as a prohibited use, staff has no objection. There's a fad or a movement now for small taverns, bars, and brew pubs and those sorts of things. And I think that that's probably the elimination of taverns and bars as a prohibited use was sort of a throwback to a time when taverns and bars were, everybody's looking at biker bars and other sorts of things. So a tasteful neighborhood bar wouldn't be a bad thing within Turner Trace, from the opinion of the staff. The petitioner has retained the prohibition on liquor stores as a prohibited use in their addendum. We do have some moderate concerns with allowing fast food and drive-through uses on the outlots in Turner Trace. Since these land uses tend to be incompatible with residential land uses, and Turner Trace really is in an area of predominantly residential. So the commercial area of Turner Trace really is the only commercial area in the within like a half a mile of the property or mile of the property. And so some land uses that are permitted in the C2 zoning district probably aren't appropriate at this location, and staff holds it fast food restaurants and those types of restaurants probably have more negative aspects to them than the convenience associated with having them closer to your home. And so we do have some concerns. The petitioner, we have expressed those, and the petitioner has submitted an addendum. And then that addendum, he proposed to prohibit drive-throughs with single-tenant buildings, which essentially would prohibit any fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurants now get at least 70% of their business through a drive-through. So if you've prohibited drive-throughs on single-tenant buildings, single-use buildings, you've essentially prohibited fast food in the property. Now, this still allows a multi-tenant building to be constructed with the drive-through use in it, if the petitioner so chooses to do that. So there's still the opportunity for a coffee shop as part of a multi-tenant retail center or some other sort of drive-through use here. That would have to go through a development plan review petition, would have to be reviewed for compliance with our ordinances. So that prohibition of drive-through uses in single-tenant buildings alleviates most of the staff's concerns with the drive-through land use exclusion of the request. The petitioner has retained the prohibition on auto body repair, auto service repair facilities, and auto sales uses. As I alluded to in my staff report, there are certain land uses that have historically been considered neighborhood commercial uses that have morphed in time and no longer are appropriate in neighborhood areas. It used to be that the single bay auto body use could maybe fit into a neighborhood retail use. Those days are long gone. And so auto-related uses are better off in regional and community commercial nodes along major thoroughfares and not located in a residential use. With respect to the convenience store use and the gasoline service station, now, technically speaking, gasoline service stations aren't a prohibited use in Turner Trace. However, convenience stores are, and I haven't seen a lot of gasoline service stations that are constructed anymore without a convenience store with them, except the ones associated with Walmart and Sam's Club. And Kroger, for that matter. So by prohibiting convenience stores, you essentially prohibit gasoline service stations. And we've expressed concerns to the petitioner, given about how this particular land use too has neighborhood commercial components to it that are convenient. It is nice to have a convenience store near a residential use so that the residents don't have to drive up to 36 or down Plainfield for a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk. You know, that is a convenient aspect of having a convenience store in a neighborhood commercial use. But the gasoline service stations and convenience stores today seem to be oriented much bigger and much louder, for lack of a better term, with lighting and numerous pumps and other sorts of things. And so our main concern was, how do we tailor that particular land use and make it a true neighborhood commercial use? The land use typically has large numbers of pumps, brightly lit canopies, significant outdoor sales and display of merchandise, often excessive signage. And these are incompatible with residential areas and are disruptive in a lot of ways to the residential context. But we do believe that most land uses can be designed to be sensitive to the context wherein they're located. It's often just a reluctance on behalf of the people that are building them to design them in a context-sensitive way. The petitioner, to that end, after expressing our reservations, did offer some voluntary commitments, and that was limiting the number of pumps to 8, prohibiting outdoor display and sales of merchandise aside from propane and ice, adjacent to the building, hopefully, and requiring a softer and ambient color for the lighting under the canopy rather than the sort of bright daylight light that you normally see in those canopies. And the commitments that the petitioner proposed did help minimize the disruption of the land use can have on adjoining properties and help form it into a context which it could be located in a way that, or could be constructed in a way that would be sensitive to the context with which it is in. And so we do recommend approval of the petition, subject to the original petition and the addendum that the petitioner provided to us on April 15th, 2022. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff?
I have a question about the drive-throughs. Is it, I mean, I know it's not super common, but in Avon alone, what, Subway, Hotbox Pizza, Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, those are all multi-tenant buildings that have drive-throughs. So, and they're not all just coffee related. So that kind of concerns me. You might end up with a drive-through.
That's true. Yeah, that's it's sort of that delicate balance, I guess, from the staff's perspective. Because we do have it, we have just thinking about up and down 36, the ones that you said. There's also at the yogurt shop that has a drive-through. In Harvest Landing Lot 7, Chicken Salad Chicks will have a drive-through component to it, and it's part of it's in a multi-tenant building. So yeah, there is the opportunity for a chain store or a fast food store to operate a drive-through. Subway is relatively common in multi-tenant retail centers. But our biggest concern was like a freestanding use sitting out there brightly lit with, people circling the drive-through in the middle of the night. And we thought that the best way to mitigate that was if there was going to be a drive-through, to make it part of a multi-tenant retail center. We just we want to we want it to be a viable commercial area, but we want to make sure that the context of the development is neighborhood in scope because of its location in the middle of a residential area. I don't think I've answered your question. But
No, you have. I mean, you've answered what I asked. I was just, again, it's a concern of mine. Why do we need to allow a drive-through at all?
And that's always an option. I mean, I think that the idea from the petitioner's discussion with me has been one of having flexibility in land uses. I don't think that they have any intent to put a multi-tenant retail center with a drive-through, but in the event that the opportunity presents itself, they would just like to retain the flexibility.
Makes sense. Thanks.
So we're not looking to change any zoning requirements. It's all zoned the way it is.
It's on C2, yeah.
So the only thing we're changing is the commitments that were signed up in 1997.
1990, yeah, I think they were
Whatever it
recorded
was.
99.
So the thing we have to consider is neighbors, where people bought their homes or their lots thinking these commitments were what was in place when they bought it.
Mhm.
And now we're coming 20 years later and changing what maybe they were basing their purchase of their house or home on those commitments. That's what we're kind of not messing. That's what we're trying to revise or consider.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the important thing to remember is Turner Trace is a PUD. That's not a PUD. A lot of these were designed to work with one another. A lot of these commitments were intended to substitute for actually a planned unit development, since there was no such thing in the ordinance at the time. And there was a look that they were going for in Turner Trace. It was that colonial Georgian look, sort of like the old style Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Old Town, Washington, D.C. type of look is what they were looking for in Turner Trace. Back then, it just morphed into something different in time.
So on the staff notes, are we looking at these two large blue outlined areas? Is that the two areas we're looking at? Or am I confused on what? Is this the two areas that are C2?
So yeah, these two right here, C2.
Okay.
And then those are the Governor's Road.
Right, that we've already
That
worked,
you've
we've already
already-
worked with. So
Yeah,
these
you've
are-
already done a plat
These are
on those.
C2 right now with commitments. Okay.
That's right. So there's C2, and then the commitments that were recorded, 99, are additional restrictions that tailor the lots to the neighborhood context with which,
Is there an
within which they're
HOA in
located.
this neighborhood?
There is.
Do
I'm
they
almost-
have, I guess they'll show up tonight if they have an opinion.
I am not sure if the neighborhood has been turned over to the neighbors yet. I believe it's still operating.
There is an existing HOA.
They were never notified.
I have an HOA for the townhome and then the neighborhood has an HOA.
There is an HOA and
Okay.
they were not notified of this from the people I talked to there.
Well, don't we put signs up on the lots or something or not? Maybe because this is. a
Yeah.
commitment?
Stop sign?
I'm sorry? Wow.
So-
Maybe Paul, I didn't mean to raise.
So
the
let's focus on, we'll get to additional comment here, but any more questions for staff?
So following up what you were just talking about, Bill, about the original design concepts, I'm looking at, it's got two exhibit numbers, H and B, but it's the original self-imposed development standards. And like you pointed out, there's a lot of red line. And I know earlier in an earlier petition this evening, you talked about wanting to give developers some flexibility and ability to be creative. So I guess, but at the same time, we've gotten as a town criticism, right, sometimes right, sometimes wrong about the hodgepodge of design and whatnot. And so I guess my observation, and I suspect we'll probably hear it from during public comment, is there so much red line, so much deletion of what the commitments were that we're going to have kind of an odd looking community. I don't know, again, this may be speculation, but, redlining, through, I'm not going to go through the list, but architecture, lamp posts, so on and so forth. Again, I don't know how complete the neighborhood is. I know it's not complete. I'm excited that, it's going to potentially be completed. But from the town's perspective, is there any concern about a hodgepodge neighborhood of existing architectural standards and the new architectural standards?
I don't have a great deal of concern with that. Because the limited scope. So the single family portion of Turner Trace will probably be complete within 2 years, maybe 3. They're working on sections 4 and 5 right now. And so the single family residential piece will be, and it's been predominantly done by the same builder, different models, but the same builder. The Governor's Road townhomes, there's literally one building. All the rest of the buildings will be completed by one builder. And so they'll have a consistent feel to them. And the only real thing about the commercial area, I think, is there's only 2 land uses in it right now. And for the vast majority of the property, it's undeveloped. I have had several meetings on the southern undeveloped piece, but I've never seen any renderings or anything like that of people interested in it, people wanting to do something with it. But if there is going to be sort of a hodgepodge nature, I could see it happening in the commercial area because they'd all be developed sort of differently. Yeah, they'd all be developed at different sort of styles. But I've already expressed my philosophy on that. I'm not a big fan of imposing sameness on communities.
No, thanks for answering that. You answered my question. Thanks,
Okay.
So why don't we move on to the petitioner, because I think that'll help us get some more information to answer some of the questions. So if the petitioner would come forward.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm Ben Comer, 71 West Marion Street, Danville, Indiana, 46122. I represent Turner Trace, the current landowner and developer. And all of the comments I would have made have already been presented and discussed. The underlying zoning does not change. over the past 23 years, a lot has changed. And the townhomes are still not built and sold, and the commercial areas are still not built and sold, and this community deserves and needs to be built out. We believe we have all the people in place to make that happen with these revised commitments. Tony Bagato, who presented your townhome plat in the previous petition, they've built a lot of the single family in here, and they're the ones that have created your list of architectural changes to the townhome section to coincide with what they build and how they build it in relationship to the single family houses that are already in there. So I don't see any conflict between that. And they have also, and the townhomes are the closest to the commercial. I've got an overhead, but the most effective would be the townhomes because you pull into Governor's Row. Thanks, Bill. And you can see it here. This first slide is the commercial area, the blue and the yellow, and what goes between them is the Governor's Row entrance to the subdivision that then leads into the townhomes. And so they've also seen our proposed changes to these two commercial areas, and they're good with it, that it coincides with their plans for the townhomes and the single family. So from the people building it all flows and will not create a hodgepodge any more than it already has. This entire subdivision has been a hodgepodge for 20 plus years, but at least all the players for the remaining lots are on board with what's being proposed, and it works for them. So with that, I've got Tom Downard with me tonight. He and I are working on the commercial sections together, and he might be able to help me answer any questions that you may have relating to these commercial areas. And then the townhomes are just to the right or east of the commercial that you saw a plat for. There they are. So with that, it's past all of our bedtime, so I won't take up any more mic time here. We'll get to the neighbors' questions.
I have a question for you. So please don't go away. And I'd like to make sure we can hear you on the mic. That were gas stations prohibited previously or under the current restrictions?
I think what was prohibited was the convenience store. Let me check that real quick. And here, here's the original, if you can read that.
Right.
The commercial. Convenience stores were prohibited, but gas stations were not. Gas stations were and are a permitted use.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, we'll come back then, and at 10:11, we will open it up to public comment. Is anybody signed up to speak?
Are we allowed to do
Yeah.
that?
Sure, yes, please come up.
I want to say something about that.
State your name and address for the record.
Ollie Ralston and Lori Ralston, and we live right next door, and we are closer
1311 South Avon
than the
Avenue.
townhouses.
I'm sorry, what was your address again?
It's 1311 South Avon Avenue.
I believe the letter you just saw was from 1997. The project, that is not the latest and greatest because the project wasn't completed till when? Bill?
He's asking if those were the actual commitments that were
Yeah, I
signed.
think there was later documents.
Well, these were the commitments that were made in 1997 as part of the rezoning. They were recorded in 1999.
So there might be later stuff, and I think I'm not saying that that's different than what I have, but I'm not gonna say that's gospel. What you just saw there. We may have something at home from the later stuff that prohibits gasoline stations.
Yeah, anyway, as you might have gathered, we live on the property that's on the northwest corner of the commercial district. So our property abuts on where the gas station is being proposed. And I will actually be able to sit on my front porch and see the gas station from there, as it currently stands. And so obviously we are not in favor of putting a gas station there. Also not in favor of drive-through businesses being in that location. And there was talk about the initial vision for this development, and the way it was proposed and the way that it was agreed to was that it was going to be a village. So you would have a variety of different housing options, and you would have stores and restaurants that people from the neighborhood would visit, would walk to, would go to maybe for a meal, maybe a boutique, do a little shopping. And I think that what's being proposed is a significant deviation from what was sold to us, other homeowners at the time, and perhaps people that originally moved into the Turner Trace homes when they were built. It is, as Bill pointed out, primarily a single-family residential neighborhood. The current commercial businesses that are there include a daycare, a dentist office, some other office buildings. I'm not sure what is in there. I think a church meets in one of them on Sundays. So low impact to the neighborhood, not a lot of traffic except for the daycare at times, not a lot of noise except for maybe some kids having fun outside. But it hasn't detracted greatly from the residential experience, whereas I think that these other proposals will. My main concern, or big concern, is the traffic. And I don't know how many of you travel down that road, but the improvement, or the 267 or Avon Avenue in front of our home, so from just north of the entrance to Governor's Row to just south of 100 South, that road has never been improved. I have lived there almost 40 years. There have been 3 elementary schools, a high school, a daycare, a bridge over Avon Avenue, and a roundabout put in at 150 South to increase the traffic flow through there. And it's very difficult for people who live on that stretch to get in and out of their driveways. I can only go get my mail between 10 and 11 a.m. or after 6 p.m. at night without being in danger of being run over. So it's a very difficult traffic situation. Single, narrow lanes, no shoulders, deep ditches on either side. So that's a concern. And this is really with people coming and going out of Governor's Row. And we haven't seen the brunt of it yet because most of the new houses haven't been occupied. There's going to be a ton of traffic on Governor's Row and a lot more ins and outs on Avon Avenue, which is very, very busy in that area. There are a lot of kids at the daycare, a lot of kids that walk to school with their parents, and a lot of teenagers driving, which is always pretty scary. And of course, the daycare, which would be right next door to the gas station. And I stopped by there today to bring them some information, and the director that was there at the time told me that she wasn't aware that there was a gas station being planned to go in there. Maybe somebody else in the chain of command was, I don't know. But she said she'd have to check and see if there were any health or safety concerns that they had. Obviously, I'm very concerned about devaluation of my property. I would not want to personally buy a home that's next door to a gas station. And you talked about signage and that you can't have lighted signage within 600 feet of a property line. Well, I believe this gas station lighted signage would be within 600 feet of my residential property line at a minimum. And I also disagree that the most affected people are the people that live in the townhomes, because I think the most affected people are my husband and myself and the people that live across the street that are actually in the Price Addition. I think that they they got the letter, and a lot of people got the letter. I got mine less than 2 weeks ago.
On Monday.
Yeah, less than 2 weeks ago. And it had no details about what was going to be done, just that the commitments were proposed that they be revised. You had to come to the town hall to see what those revisions were. There's nothing online. You had to come here between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And your working hours are the same as everybody else's working hours. So I really don't think there's been sufficient neighborhood notice, or you would get more comment and more people than you even have tonight. And then I'm concerned about the extra noise, the extra traffic through the neighborhood. And that's going to be a 24/7 gas station, I assume. So a residential neighborhood with 24/7 businesses and people visiting them throughout the day, I think is pretty disruptive. So I would really implore you to not allow a gas station to be built there. And if the only way that you can do that is to say use the convenience store option, I'd be happy with that as well. I'd ask you for no drive-through businesses for the reasons I mentioned. And you definitely need to look at road and drainage improvements regardless, because of the additional houses and the townhomes being built in Turner Trace. And I would encourage you to drive down that section of road and see what I'm talking about. A lot of improvements on Avon Avenue, but not in that section at all. And I did talk to some people in the homeowners association, not in the townhomes, and they said that they weren't aware, they didn't receive the notice because they aren't within the 2 lot line limit. But that had not been discussed at their homeowners association meeting, so they weren't aware of this, happening. And we've heard a couple of times at the meeting tonight where someone said, thank God they aren't putting a gas station there. They're putting a Sew-A-Lot or whatever store, they're putting a coffee shop. Well, I really don't think Avon needs another gas station, and I don't think we need that at this particular location. Do you have something to say?
Yeah. Tom? You're Tom Donovan?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you were involved in the early meetings. Don't worry, I'm not directing any comments. You were involved in the early meetings when this all went through.
Okay, please.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was
Please address the
Tom.
commission.
I
Thank
didn't
you.
want to speak badly about him.
That's fine. Please address the commission.
Originally, this went through, it was rejected. The whole Turner Trace thing was turned down. The developer at the time, it's not the current one, came back and said, I'm going to put mobile homes in this thing if you don't give me what I want. Planning commissioner, which was not really, but somebody else, came back and tried to come up with something in between, tried to thread the needle on what can we put in here and make everybody kind of get along. And the whole idea behind the business, district when it came through the second time, after it got rejected the first, was they were going to put in a development there that was neighborhood friendly. People could walk to, the stores would shut down at night. There wouldn't be a lot of traffic, wouldn't be a lot of noise, and that's why the daycare got approved. This gas station does not fit in there. And then they were going to put barriers all along 267. They were going to put fences along our property so that the lights wouldn't be shining in people's houses for people going in and out, even in the early evening. Well, now I don't see anything in here about putting any buffers. And now we're talking about 24/7. This is not what was originally agreed to in the original proposal when the thing got rezoned. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Is anybody else signed up to speak?
Now it's time for that.
My name is Michaela Davenport, and I live at 1206 South Avon Avenue. To start with, I want to thank you for putting sidewalks in, which was wonderful. But the problem about putting these businesses in is that people, they speed up that road every day. in front of my house and the neighbors on each side of me. The new drainage ditches that you have put in, you can come out and look. They have been rutted up where cars have run off into the drainage ditches. Up on the sidewalk, there's skid marks. They land in our driveways because there's too much traffic on that road. So I ask that you do not approve these gas stations and these retail stores to put more traffic on a road that somebody is sooner or later going to get badly hurt, if not killed on. So I'm just asking that you do not pass these retails up in that neighborhood. I've lived there. I came to Avon because it was a quieter neighborhood. It was peaceful. It was not all chaotic, but when you start putting retails there, it will be. So I'm asking that you do not let retail go in there. And that you please do something with the road that will maybe slow people down before somebody seriously gets hurt. We can't even get out of our driveways. There's so much traffic there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian,
That was the last that I signed up.
is there anybody else that would like to speak on this case?
Please.
My name's Tom Downard. I live at 1887 Sweet Gum Drive in Avon in the Timber Bend area. To this gentleman's point, I was involved in Turner Trace when it was first developed. We built the office building that's currently there, does have a dentist, and has the Sheriff's Association actually is the rest of the tenant there. I am working as a commercial broker on this property, so I do have knowledge of the gas convenient location as well as the other acreage that's there. When we look at this as a total picture, the big acreage has some of those very uses that the community around there wants, if it comes to fruition. We've been and talked to Bill originally. No renderings are yet provided, but that use, I think it would be tremendous fit for this area. It does have walkability, it does have a community kind of feel to it, some open green space and so forth. So hopefully that comes to fruition as well. I do not believe that the gas convenience location is going to be 24/7. And speaking with the proposed owners of that, they are certainly willing and able to work with town staff and the commission here when they come back in front of you if we get to move forward. As you've already seen, they've made several commitments to lessen the impact on the neighborhood and so forth. For me personally, living where I do, it'd be nice to be able to just drive a few minutes to get a gallon of milk or gas for my lawnmower as opposed to having to go out on 36. So, maybe this location could also help alleviate some of that traffic that does go to 36 for some of those uses. So not trying to be a burden on the community. I think if you look at that quadrant of Avon and that side of the county, there aren't any of those uses there. And so I think that does become a convenience to a lot of those neighbors in that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Angela McJunkin, 7153 Governor's Row, Avon, Indiana, 46123. I am in one of the townhomes. I currently experience the fast-paced driving that goes through and people that cut through so they don't have to use the other roads to get to and from the high school. There is not but a very thin grass line between the road and the sidewalk of those townhomes that you're looking to build and continue. I propose that there's speed bumps installed in that road, so it forces people to slow down if you are going to create more traffic, because that will still be continued, no doubt, even to this day, to be used as a through. way of going around the already busy traffic that we currently have. Gas station, you know, I don't think it's the most ideal. I think of security issues of the children at that facility. I don't currently have younger children. My children are older, but if I did, I would not feel safe with that. And I fear that for that location and that business. It invites trouble that doesn't necessarily need to be there. I do think it's a great idea to keep building and keeping things progressing as, you know, we've looked for in this area of the town, absolutely. But there's different ways of going about it. I really don't feel like this is the route to go. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anybody else that would like to speak?
My name is Jeremy Bennett. I live at 1285 Hope Drive. The gas station is my biggest concern. I will definitely be affected by the light and the noise. I can stand in my yard at just about any time of the day. And if there's not a lawnmower going, you don't hear anything. That will change if this gets built. It was mentioned that, that area was primarily residential. It's all residential. There's nothing there. There's no, other than the daycare and dentist office, there's no businesses on Avon Avenue anywhere in that area. It's just the neighborhood of Price Edition. It is, a lot of old school Avon. I've been in this community for 30 years and I'm young. There are people in my neighborhood that have lived there their entire lives. They built the houses in 1967, 1965, 1968, and they still live there. I talk to them all the time. None of them know. I did not receive a letter in the mailbox letting me know that this was happening. One of my neighbors, the one that's directly in front of me that is on 267, that will be directly across the street from the gas station, called me because she had a hip replaced and told me that I need to come here and say something. So nobody wants it. Nobody who lives there wants it. And I'd appreciate it if you'd just, let us stay homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good evening once again. Tony Bagato with Lennar Homes, 11555 North Meridian in Carmel. I just want to address the architectural since there was a comment. By the time we're done building all the homes, I think we're going to be close to about 3/4 of the development is the Lennar Homes. So the architectural changes we have, I'm not addressing the commercial, just the architecture. We see that in line with what has been built. So we feel that these changes will actually keep it from becoming more hodgepodge. That's just all I wanted to add from the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak?
So Tony, could you come back up, please?
Well, before we do that, I'm going to close public comment, then we can do this part. Anybody else would like to make public comment? Then at 10:31, we'll close public comment and have discussion.
Sorry, thank you. Tony, could you come back up, please? So are you saying from a building standpoint of building out the rest of the property, you want this change of the commitments? Do you think it's going to make it easier to sell the homes if we delete the commitments? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're in favor of?
Well,
or do you care? Are you neutral, or you want to keep the commitments the way they are?
Well, we're in support of the architectural changes, and I don't know about the commercial component. That may have been discussed with our land team.
Well, that's not what we're discussing. Architectural changes, I don't think that's what we're discussing here. We're discussing these commitments, right? Isn't that what we're discussing?
the
commitments have architectural standards.
Yeah, there's Governor's Row, which is the townhomes, and then there's the village shops, which is the commercial aspect of it.
Well, what most of the people are talking about is the village shops, right? I didn't hear any objections to the architectural changes, right?
Right, but I just want to clarify, since there was a question from the commissioner earlier about hodgepodge potential. We see these architectural changes not necessarily to make them easier to sell. It's just they're going to be more in line with the homes and look consistent with the homes we've been building. And by the time it's built out, like I said, we would be the majority builder. So we feel that the architectural changes, obviously we're supportive of those. We recommended those changes to be more consistent with the homes we're building.
Okay, I don't see on our notes, I don't see a thing about architectural changes. Am I missing one? Did I lose one?
Yeah.
Maybe I.
So the petitioner submitted a blank copy.
Yeah, I got that, but what's,
This is the commitments that were.
so we're looking all at the same
Right,
time.
the red is the changes.
So are we allowed to break this apart? Between the architectural changes and the commercial things? You know, I think we should break it apart to be, parse it to two different motions. That'd be my first suggestion.
You can break it apart. I'll advise against drafting on the fly because, oh, I'm sorry. Any modifications that are going to be made, they're going to need to agree upon it because they have the right to keep these modifications. The petitioner, because they have the right to keep these commitments in play the way they are now, as well as the underlying zoning ordinance. So they would have to agree to any changes you guys wanted to make to it. So when reviewing this, if they're willing to make the changes that you're requesting, that's great. Otherwise, it's probably more of a take it or leave it type of scenario.
Then, so let me interject with an idea then. Potentially, we could go back, suggest the petitioner, based on the feedback from the board this evening or the commission and the public, would they entertain separating and or potentially updating their commitments or revision of the commitments? And then we could continue until the next meeting, but that would be, that's potentially a question we could ask the petitioners, correct? Okay. I guess that's my question for the commission then. Is that something we want to entertain, or do we want to keep moving forward and trying to either approve or deny the what's before us right now?
I'm not comfortable with what's before us right now.
Well, and it seems like we've gone from a list of more detailed list that this whole paragraph has been, or section has been struck. And we got 4 bullets of 3 of things that won't be allowed, and then here's a filling station. I'm not comfortable with a filling station, a gas station along Avon Avenue in that location. I think a retail center, it makes more sense than a gas station, but the gas station just does not fit for that, in my perspective. David?
Could we get a clarification? There was a mention from one of the comments that they had seen a different list when it was recorded in 99 versus what we're presented here. Can we get confirmation that this list that was, I guess, penned in 1997 is what was recorded? I just want to make sure that, because this right here does not prevent a gas station already. So already with the commitments they've already agreed to, if this is the list, they could put a gas station in. The actual new commitments that are proposed are saying, we're gonna say just only 8 pumps. So they're trying to introduce some more restrictions. So I just want to confirm that this is in fact what was recorded.
And that's true. And I guess and Bill brought this up, it'd be a standalone gas station, no convenience store. So it'd be like a Kroger or a Costco potentially. Is that what you're
Actually,
saying?
didn't it, the new thing says related convenience stores permitted use.
And that's where with the new commitments, it doesn't have that restriction. But with the old commitments, there is no convenience store.
Right, so under the 97 commitment that was recorded in 99, they could do a gas station, but without a convenience store.
Right.
And no one's gonna build a gas station without a convenience store unless it's tied to a larger commercial, because you don't make money. You make money off the convenience store, not the gas.
Sure, but they in theory could, is what I'm saying. So I just want to make sure that what we have is current. I don't want to get confused.
Are we under discussion still? Is that what
Yes.
we're doing, Paul? I just have a real hard time changing something that's been set for a long period of time and people have made decisions on, and people have based whether these commitments are good or not from 1997, they are what they are. And unless there's some, in my mind, overriding reason to change them for the good of the community as a whole, then maybe I'd take that into consideration. But you're going to have to do some pretty strong persuasion on my part to change something that's already in place, particularly when it seems like it's directed to one end result. with the new commitments. So I'm having a real problem with it. I'll just put it out there to the rest of you. That's how I feel.
So I'm open to amending the commitments, but I share the concern about the gas station. I share the concern about the drive-through. And again, to our legal counsel's point, like trying to parse it out at this hour, I think we do ourselves an injustice and we probably wouldn't do a good job at it. So, that's why I would propose we continue this and afford the petitioners an opportunity to amend their proposed commitments.
If we're going to continue this, and I agree that we probably should, we ought to at least identify what is it we're looking for so that the petitioner can work with staff and have something to address. And I tell you, the one thing I have is I'm having a very, very, very hard time with the idea of a gas station along Avon Avenue at that location.
One question, the petitioner has no concerns with the Governor's Row townhouses, right? That's what the developer's doing, right?
Right.
So why the petitioner's going through here and lining out all this when it doesn't pertain to the village shops? I don't, that's where I'm confused. I don't understand. It seems like an overreach to me. Well, it's up to Paul. Has to tell you.
If you would, Ben.
It's all in the same document. The commitments that were recorded addressed both the townhome section and the commercial village shop section, same document, same page. So we're editing that entire document, and that's our application to
Why?
make all the, why are we doing?
Why are you editing? Why do you have to edit the whole thing? Why can't you just edit the village shops section since you're the developer?
Tony can answer that question. There's slight edits to the way the townhomes were designed originally in 97, 98, 99, and how they want to build them today. There's some slight modifications to the architecture and just how things were done then and now. They were never built in the 90s, and Lennar and Tony wants to update the commitments that were in place for the townhomes
So
on how they
this-
look.
These red lines match what Tony was telling us about the style that
Correct.
they're looking to build.
That's right.
So Tony can't build what he wants to build to finish out his stuff unless this is out, unless it's deleted.
Correct.
Well, I still think I'd rather have them two different. I think they're two different issues.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I don't want to do one. I don't think one's completely connected to the other.
I don't disagree with you. It's just the same document, and so it was one
I don't care.
application.
Yeah, that's the hang up just tonight is, my sense is our concerns are with the commercial side, but because the commercial side is tied right now with the residential and the petition,
Yes.
that's our hang up.
So that would be the one recommendation, is split these apart and not have them tied together.
I understand. I got it.
What else?
Can I add one thing? Step up that wall real quick.
Sure, come on up, Tom.
Whether a gas station is approved or not, you guys will make that decision, and that's why. But with regards to the commitments and the strict architectural commitments that were proposed on this originally when it was originally developed, in today's world, in central Indiana, those commitments don't work from a mixed-use commercial retail type development. So they do kind of tie together. It would be hard to get XYZ developer, pick one, to build a building that the community even likes use-wise with those architectural standards today. So they do kind of tie together. That's all.
But the developer bought the property knowing that this was on file. Right? I mean, this is no secret, so I mean.
No,
it
you're exactly
was
right.
bought that way, so that's his or her dilemma, I guess.
That's why we're in front of you today.
Yeah, I understand.
So the proposed developer of both of these lots that are out there, that's why they're looking to get the commitments changed with regards to architectural as well as some of the potential use.
So Paul, I guess to see if we can tie this with a bow, I think it'd be beneficial for the petitioners to know, other than perhaps the gas station and drive-through. Are there any other concerns by the commission so that if we do continue it and they come back, we don't waste anyone, more time. They know what we're looking as potential changes. So
That's, so for the rest of the commissioners, what other things would you look to see? And I'll add here's what's not in here. I guess it'd be nice to at least have something to say, and here's what is covered.
I think the two primary issues have been, I talked about by comments from people that live in the neighborhood and us as well, so I don't have additional ones. I don't know if anyone has any comments about a small bar or anything like that, but that's another one that's a change.
But the road improvements, I think, was the third issue on Avon Avenue, and that's probably not your purview, but I really think you need to make sure before you do development that the roads can handle it.
So one of the things too is for staff is note that there's concern about road improvements. So if you pass that to,
I was going to ask you that.
Who
Is
is
that
that?
town or is that county, that stretch that?
It's us.
It's town?
It's town, yeah.
Okay.
Used to be
You
state.
took that over about.
Yeah, it used to be state, and it never got done.
what else is that? What else would we want to see or recommend the petitioner to address?
267.
Please come to the podium, yes.
Okay.
Please come up to the podium.
Early on, there was some talk about putting in some type of dirt mounding or buffering so the neighborhood doesn't get headlights in their front windows all day or all night. So that was another thing that, I don't know, somehow it's been dropped out of the whole system. So it would have been nice to have something in there that if people are going in and out there all night, they're not just all this traffic showing their lights coming out of the parking lot in the neighborhoods' windows.
So, and is that part of the zoning amendment or would that be part of?
Well, that's a site plan issue, so we would definitely, probably the reason why there's no buffer now is because there's nothing to buffer. It's an undeveloped piece of property. So when normally a buffer yard would be installed at around the same time as we establish a land use of the property.
Okay. So not saying it's forgotten, just saying there's maybe a better time for that.
Okay, I don't know when that comes in the process. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last call for anything else. Is there a motion to continue?
Move to continue this agenda item until the next planning commission meeting, with the note of encouraging the petitioner to revisit the gas station and drive-through multi-tenant as well as single-tenant commitments.
Before we do a second, is next meeting enough time to address these things?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So discussion, so is that splitting the two, so we can vote on them independently? Is that motion?
No, it wasn't splitting it because the petitioner did raise a good point about there is some touch point, at least.
Okay.
Although I don't think we're opposed to architectural standards being changed in the shops. We're concerned about what type of shops and businesses those are.
And that's what we're asking for is an understanding of what's excluded, which then it'd be good if it was explicit on what's included. So we have a motion on the floor to continue, and it's been seconded. Have a roll call vote.
Ed Rosenbaum,
4.
Paul Meekenberger,
4.
Mason Pike,
Yes.
Dave Kaufman, Harold Iser,
4.
Motion passes.
Thanks for your time and service.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Okay, moving on. Other business? Seeing none.
You didn't say
We're
adjourn
going
yet.
to forego, unless anybody objects, we'll forego committee reports.
We'll also forego the report of administrative approvals, just so we can move on. I can always stick that somewhere else.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
Approved. Meeting's adjourned.